Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Monday, May the 13th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses. Thank you, William. Yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. Maybe somebody in YouTube, the same thing, can help me out there. So I know you guys can hear me and see my screen also. So first of all, the trade of the week is WGS. 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 Trade of the week is WGS. Considered live at 2150. So interesting. Steve doesn't usually go after these ones. This is this will be almost a lifetime high. I think right here, the lifetime high for WGS. Anyway, that is the trade of the week. Thank you, Jim and Raul and Torti, etc. in our YouTube room. Now, the Roaring Kitty is back. GME, Mr. Keith Gill himself, as he had a post on Twitter, Twitter on Sunday after a 3-year hiatus. The little meme of a guy kind of in a chair moving forward. So anyway, this has caused GME, a lot of excitement about GME this morning. No, obviously there are no fundamentals at all. It's just a meme stock right now. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers, so interesting to see how far this goes. So the pre-market high was 48, sorry. Actually 25.47 to be exact. AMC kind of moving along. So again, we'll have to see what these memers. CCLD now, there it is, CCLD. So actually this CCG now is taken over top spot. CCG is wow, I can see why. All of a sudden it's just moving, guys. Cheche Group aims to support Volkswagen's and Hui's branded insurance needs. Okay, and Hui. Okay, so that is, I've never heard of this company before. CCG out of China. Okay. TVGN higher after the company announced that it entered into a binding term sheeting with an existing investor to secure up to $50 million of financing. Okay, so that is TVGN. ACIU is an earnings play, actually. ACIU is an earnings play. Switzerland, out of Switzerland. FULC, this is one I've heard of course. FULC, Fulcrum Therapeutics, is also an earnings play. Now, this had a big gap up, pre-market up to almost $11. It's fallen right back down to $8.50. Pretty good volume. Again, we'll have to wait and see once the market opens. FTRE is an earnings play. FTRE is an earnings play, gapping down on earnings. Yeah, pretty big gap down, 12% on earnings. Is that right? Okay, well, I'm just looking at, maybe it was trading under a different symbol name or another company. I'm just looking at our pre-market, unless you're going back, like how many years are you going back? I think we can go back 10 years. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm not looking. Yeah. Lifetime range, 95%. So I have no explanation why you're getting 900. Maybe you're having to, we're out of, just want to see, we don't have it starting to trade as WGS until here. So maybe it was another company. We don't have it trading as this version of WGS until right here, which is February of 2023. This could be an interesting one, guys. I mean, this had an IP. This was the SPAC that turned into OKLO on Friday. This is Sam Altman, the guy behind OpenAI. He's this is his deal. It's some news. Signing an MOU with a Atomic Alchemy to collaborate on an isotope protection. Oh, I don't dispute it, Alpha. I'm just going by what, we're going back to sort of trading as WGS according to us. Let's see what else is happening here. Inked, INKT. So this is still at 15%. It was up a lot more, of course, when I saw it at 143. There's the 200-day moving average, so it's got to get through that again. Well, okay, now you got me at my interest, because that's the same time. Well, this is where we have it trading. The high of that day was 1744. We have it trading as WGS on the same time, January in 2023, unless there was some crazy spike high that we. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. WGS is the trade of the week. Well, it doesn't. Okay, you can show me a screenshot, but all I'm doing is looking at this. Yeah, so I don't know what I can't tell you what happened there. Okay, SRG is an earnings play, guys. SRG is an earnings play. Gap down through the 200-day moving average. SQSP, I'm not talking about this one. SQSP is a buyout, all cash buyout. So that's why it's flatlining up here. I'd keep an eye on Reddit too, guys. I mean, if the members really get a hold, I mean, you would think they'd really get a hold of this one too. So Reddit, RDDT, it's had a nice week. Yeah, the low last week was around 46. It got up to 40, almost 55. So maybe that's it. They did a reverse split, and for some reason, usually our provider's pretty good, or our charts are pretty good with a having it reverse split adjusted. And we're talking about the WGS. This stock right here, KOSS, it's sort of the forgotten memer. It's really only a couple of days, but it went absolutely crazy, even crazier, believe it or not, than GME did briefly in terms of a percentage gain. But it really, after a while, nobody really talked about this one anymore. Yeah, what you can't see here, this is of course January 2021 when it all started. What you can't see here is, I think, the pre-market action also, where it was a way higher. Anyway, it was a crazy percentage move also, KOSS. Even Shot is trying to come back a bit after. It's like the Shot collaborates with GoPuff. Okay, launching a marketing campaign in support of GoPuff subsidiaries. No, it's got nothing to do with my watch list. Well, these are just the ones moving today in the pre-market, up and down in the pre-market. Nothing to do with my watch list. Well, there could be some on the watch list, but not specifically. No. And, that sizzle is still up there. I'm very surprised. SEZL, it is still up there. RXRX, I'm hearing, guys. Probably a little pop now for RXRX. Interesting, guys. This is now through the 200-day moving average. Okay, through the 200-day moving average. The next high looking left is 870. Sorry, we're way above that. Is around $10. All right, so we're in for a positive open. We're in for a positive open. The SPY is doing this ahead of the market open, so we are in for a positive open. 500 has been defended very well. It's 522 now. So let's take a look at the major sectors. I'm just going to put my mic on mute for a second. All right. So you see, before we get into the major sectors, you see KWEB here, guys. So the China stocks are probably, well, KWEB, probably most of the China stocks are doing something like this morning. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors, XLE, the major ETF for energy. 95% in green, meaning that 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are above Friday's close. Okay. The only one that looks like it is not is MPC, but it's only down 0.27%. So again, what I'm looking for is an anomaly. An anomaly would have been, MPC up or down like 4% or some, pretty significant percentage, while the rest of the sector is doing very well. I really don't see anything. I mean, communications is about a 50-50. Tech is almost it was 90%. Yeah, so I'm not really seeing anything out of the ordinary. Now, let's take a look at consumer staples. Let's see where consumer staples is with respect to the 200-day moving average. So it is moving away and away and away. Now we can't even see it. So where is that 200-day moving average? 72. Yeah, so it is down here. So yeah, so that was the only major sector that was kind of in jeopardy back here of breaking down through the 200-day moving average. So all the major sectors are well above the 200-day moving average again. Still amazed that XLU. It's an amazing run. There's that 200-day way down here. You can see that when it touched it in April, and then since then, Reddit on the move, guys. Reddit on the move. RDTT on the move. So it's above the high of Thursday, or it's right at the high of Thursday. I think. Let me see. 55.16. So it's basically at the high of Thursday now. I'm sorry, Wednesday. Yeah, that's Friday. Yeah, that's Wednesday's high. Takes that out. And I mean, it's got a lot of room. Well, Cy Hooper Kelly in our YouTube room, it may or may not fly tomorrow. CYCC on earnings. It may or may not. All right. LIDAR, that was a big one last week. LIDR, big one on Friday. Not holding its gains yet, anyway. GMA almost making a pre-market high. GME almost making a pre-market high. Yeah, still no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Now, I mean, let's put it in some kind of perspective. When they did their 1 for 10, 1 for 4 forward split, the stock was at 160. So the equivalent now is 100. Okay, so a little over $100 based on when they did their 1 for 4 forward split. And of course, the theory behind that was to make the stock a lot cheaper so that more people would maybe buy it, but that certainly didn't happen. So detail, guys, I think this is an earnings play. Yeah, DTIL is an earnings play. DTIL is an earnings play, and 1214, sorry, 1214, 1218 is actually the 200-day moving average. So if we can get through that, then the next high looking left is 1319. So that would still be about $1 to the next high. If it can get through that 200-day moving average. Not a lot of volume yet, but the volume certainly will pick up once the market opens. So it's an earnings play plus this licensing deal. Okay, thank you. I did see that, the licensing deal with Takeda, Alzheimer disease or drug. So they get a $100 million upon closing. So when is closing? I mean, that's a big deal, obviously, but when is closing? So they sign an agreement, but I guess it hasn't closed. Is that the idea? That's a ton of money. And what's the float? 57 million. So it's not crazy high, not low, but yeah, what are we? January of 2021 again? Amazing. But Reddit, guys, at least Reddit's on the move. RDTT is on the move. So now it's above that high of Wednesday. And now the next high to challenge would be that 63.76. All right, guys, I'm going to get my layout that I'm going to use once the market opens on the screen. So give me a moment. And all right, so what you're seeing, so you can see that this the relative strength leaders from the close that I use all day long, very, very similar, of course, to the pre-market highs or the pre-market actives, I should say. Okay, guys, I'm just getting my windows arranged on my other monitor. I made a couple of changes to some of the scans that I'm going to be looking at. Now, you're saying SITA pop, SYTA. So I don't see it here. So now that could be because yeah, the volume. So that's the major difference really between this one that you're seeing here and the pre-market act is up. I have a minimum volume of 200,000 in here. And the pre-market act is up, it's just 20,000. So that's why we're not going to see exactly the same things, but yeah, SYTA. And the market continues that's its surge. Now this starts to seem like a long time ago. This week we had here, the week of April 15th, and when the SPY got down to 493, that looked really, really bleak. Anyhow, all I'm saying, is that 500 level has been well defended, and the lifetime high is up here. Is that right? The lifetime high, the SPY, really? Wow, the lifetime high, yeah, 524, right in this area, right here. So AMC, guys, I mean, it has room, maybe 355. 355 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. So if it can take that out, then the next high is over here, 377. Fantasy level would be up here, 437. I don't think there is going to be a contest this month. Let me just confirm that. Which is disappointing to me. WGS is the trade of the week, Jim. WGS considered suggested entry is $21.50. Okay. Now, guys, if you have our AI, I say this all the time, but I just want to hammer the point home. This is all I would do. Okay. All I would do is this, just have this window up and running. Do not go to the channel. In my opinion, it's too much. It's overload of information. If you have the AI, this is in my opinion, anyway, this is the only window you need to monitor. You notice nothing's happening in this right now. You will not get an alert until at least 9:40. Again, you won't necessarily get one at 9:40, but that's the earliest. And in order to see this, you just click on new, and touchy. Click on new, and then the middle one. You see how it said there are three that start off with Premium AI. The middle one, Premium AI Strategy Trades window. What does the Trade of the Week mean? It's just a free service sent out every Monday morning. Steve Gomez at Trade Ideas puts it together. There's an email that goes out, sort of explains why he chose it and a suggested entry. And they're usually designed for longer term holds. So there's no date to this ACIU deal, okay? What if you don't have that feature? What are you talking about? Well, it's just free. You just sign up for it. There's nothing. It's not part of your subscription. It's free. Oh, the AI feature. Oh, I see. Well, I'm not really sure how I can answer that. The next best option. I mean, you have to create your own scans, follow my scans, I suppose. But the AI is proprietary bunch of strategies. So there's nothing. I mean, if I could say to you, well, just do this instead of the AI, then nobody would buy the AI, right? Would subscribe to our premium service. So, all right, guys. So we're about 2 minutes to the open. So I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I do try to let things settle down a little bit. Now we still have earnings plays this week. Nothing like the last 2 weeks. We only have a little over 200 this week. Last week we had about 1,200. The week before that we had about 1,000. So we're definitely really getting towards the end of earnings season. All right, guys. Let's see. So GME. Let's put GME enter. Thank you, William. Yes, less than a minute to the open, guys. So let's have a great start to this trading week. Again, as I said, I typically don't trade in the first 15. I'll try to let things settle down a little bit. I know I run the risk of having something that just is going to keep running on me right from the beginning, but I can deal with it. Now, I will maybe keep an eye on the 10-day daily breakdown on something earlier, depending what it is, and if it's got a lot of room underneath. All right, guys, we got less than 10 seconds to the open. All right, we are now open. So let's see what's No, I haven't even looked at Bitcoin. So Bitcoin's having a bit of a surge this morning, which means Mara should be, well, interesting. So Mara had a pop, but maybe Bitcoin is dropping now. I did not mention CDIO. It was under. I mean, it popped way up here to 127. It came underneath a dollar again. Probably a very low float, not crazy low, 17 million. So Shady's in the CCLD. Okay, so this had a crazy pop up to 268, came all the way back down to 140. Had some news. Yeah, the company trading higher after the company announced. All right. So anyway, had some news. All right, FTRE guys. FTRE is an earnings play on the way down. Now the next low looking left is actually looks like it got there this morning. All right, INC guys, INCY, INCY. I don't know if this is an earnings play. It's not an earnings play. INCY on the move here. All right, so now we've got a pullback in GME, a pullback in AMC. We do not have a pullback yet. And Reddit though, RDTT is still ripping here, guys. All right. Well, I actually took Shady's. Didn't get as much as I wanted, but I actually did take Shady's a little early. CCLD. Urgent. URGN. URGN is halted because of volatility on the way up. All right, let's take a look at the market as it opens. So we have this beautiful run up. First candle, though, right now, as we speak, we're only 4 minutes in, is red. Victoria's Secret, VSCO, for whatever reason, not an earnings play, for whatever reason, this is interesting level, guys. I mean, the high last week was, excuse me, 2061. Okay. Now, if somehow it takes that out, you look over here. This probably was an earnings release back in March. It has earnings coming up in June. Yeah, so that probably was its earnings release week. Did it really? Okay. All right. Well done, Shady, again. Now, can it take out 2? And I don't know if it can, so I've offloaded some just before 2. Now, GME just got halted on the way up. GME just got halted on the way up. Interesting. Reddit continues to move, guys. A lot of volume coming into Reddit, our DDT. Yeah, just a confirmation, guys. There is no contest this week or this month. Look at Reddit, guys. I mean, the challenge now is 65, I think. I think I said 65. 63.76. All right. 63.76 is the next high looking left. Mr. Majestic Tank, good morning. Even MGNX is having a bounce here. Really got hammered down on earnings. MGNX hammered down on earnings on Friday. Boy, INSEE continues now. INSEE is approaching the 200-day moving average. INCY approaching the 200-day moving average, which is at 58.69. So it's about 40 cents away from that. Okay, that's it for me in the CCLD, guys. Thank you, Shady, early. I don't normally do it, but because of what happened, I guess, pre-market. Oh my gosh. Okay, this crazy one, CZOO, just got halted. Now I have for some reason I haven't had an alert. I don't know when I said it for Rebn, REBN. Probably because of this. Nope. Yeah, the volume is still a little bit light to start. All right, where could GME open? Let's take a look at the interesting. I don't have anything in the column. There we go. It's 26.89. So no big clue where this is going to open. So again, if you're new to this blue screen you see here is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Can't see the symbol, but it is GME. There's the halt price, 26.89. This column can give a bit of a clue where it may open, but as you can see, it still says 26.89. So no clue where it could open. And typically they are 5-minute halts. So if it's going to be a 5-minute halt, this will open at 9:43 plus 51 seconds. Our little Vietnamese stock, VFS. Yeah, it's had a nice little 3 weeks. All right. Well, so we've got a big red bar on the to open with the SPY. All right, GME just opened. What? No, that's interesting. GME opened. Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at something else. Of course. So it opened right at 5 minutes. Reddit also, guys. Reddit, RDDT, Reddit, over 60 now. Still no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Wow, guys, BYON. Look at the room it's got. Look at the room it's got. BYON to the next high looking left. So much for a sleepy open on Monday morning. This is a lot of activity. So this is another halt now for JME. Another halt on the way up. Well, I'll tell you what, it gets to 40, then it's back up to the where it did the forward split. Okay, GME is up what? 68%. AMC is up 24%. So it's really lagging. Well, Papa J, do you have Interactive Brokers? Question is, I would like to get the projected open like you have. You have who's your broker? I mean, this is just from Interactive Brokers, so nothing to do with trade ideas. So again, here it is. GME halted at 29.47. Yeah, so I can't help you with Fidelity. I think William has Fidelity, so this is just time and sales from Interactive Brokers. I don't know how you get it in Fidelity. Don't boo me. I've just never had Fidelity before. But William's got Fidelity, so he might be able to answer that. Or Kevin. All right, so there you go. Just look at level 2. Like it's nothing fancy at Interactive Brokers. This is just time and sales, okay? There's nothing fancy. Well, if you have level 2, I mean, you know, this is just basically a level 2 action, but Wow, guys, I mentioned BYON right here around $19, right here. So here's the China stock, BILE, sorry, BILI, sorry, Billy, BILI, but the next high looking left is pretty close, 1565. China stock, let's take a look at KWeb to see what it's doing. See if KWeb is, yeah, so if you're going to play any China stock, guys, I mean, here's KWeb. Looks pretty familiar, right? In terms of when we saw Billy. So a lot of the China stocks are going to look just like this. Okay, now I mentioned cost before, KOSS. Had the same day that GME went crazy, this went absolutely, in fact, more so percentage wise, but it never really followed through. This is back in January of 2021. All right, let's take a look at GME and see where could it open. At some point, this is going to have those who have shorts. It's going to be it's probably going to be an amazing run. But right now, the amazing run obviously is on the long side. All right, just opened, guys. It just opened. Yeah, the float in, well, GME's got 294. Well, it says 294 million in the float. AMC's got what? 320. So I mean, it's not I mean, it's more. Yeah, 294 to 320. I mean, it's not crazy more though on a percentage basis. 320 to 290. So unless this is incorrect. Boy, the BYON really was a nice one, guys. Still has room. 2260 or so is the next high looking left. Almost $2 to that high. I thought GME was halted again, but it is not. Well, let's take a look at a monthly chart now. So the next, in fact, well, it did just get halted. It did get halted again. So on the monthly chart, the next high is 34.99. Call it 35. So it still has room to there. So KOSS has 522, looks like on the monthly chart anyway. 522, actually 480. So it did get up to, what did it get up to? It got up to 509. The next high now is 480. And then after that, 522. Let's take. Well, this Victoria's Secret, I mean, look at the room it's got. So now it is above last week's high, guys. It's above last week's high, which was 2061. So, oh, man, on a weekly chart, look at all the room this has got. Victoria's Secret, VSCO. I don't know if there's some. Here's what it's all about. So they don't release until June the 5th, okay? So say 3 weeks from now. But surprises with preliminary Q1 results. Okay, that is the reason. Okay, so they're doing sort of a preliminary. Well, they're conditioning the market to basically say that on June 5th, when we actually release, they're not going to be bad. That's basically what this is all about. Now they may have said that on Friday, because there was a pop on Friday also. Well, how about the room CVS has got, guys? Look at the room CVS has got. Next high looking left is, wow, 68.19. See how well this holds over 57. All right. Okay. CCLD is back. I might get back in it if it takes out 2. Had a big pullback right back down to $1.59 or so. And now it's popping. It had some news. Mm-hmm. Okay, and there it is, guys. Now CCLD back over 2. Now, guys, on Friday, I think I showed people this. You need I'm going to pay a lot of attention to this. Okay, it's called the distance to the next high or low. Okay, I'm going to pay a lot of attention to this today, and I've taken a few little scalp trades off it. I took the CVS. I'm out of it, but you need a custom formula for this. Okay. And that's why it's difficult for me. I just cannot give this to you. You have to know how to create a custom formula and all of that. So basically what it's looking at, and you can see GME right here. What it's doing is it looks at the current price, and the next high looking left has to be at least $2 away. Okay, that's why I'm seeing some of these like the CVS. Now, I can go over this later on, but this is something that, I mean, unfortunately, you need a custom formula. It's not hard, but I cannot give you this. I cannot copy this and just give it to you, because you need to create a custom formula in your account. Not hard to do, but yeah, I can send you the custom formula. Just give me a moment, okay? Because you always hear me talk about, well, how much room does it have left, right? Well, this will ensure when you see that stock, It'll have enough. We'll have at least $2. Now it's up to you, of course. Let me. Here we go. So for those of you who know how to create one, this is the formula to use. Okay, Kevin. So there's the formula to use, and that'll give you the next lows. That'll look at the next lows and next highs. Okay, so for instance, if I look at NRG, see so when it looks at the next low. Now this is it's at least $2 away from the next low on a daily chart. I've got a weekly chart up here, but well, in fact, right here you can see exactly what it's looking for. Okay. And of course, Kevin, you can create your own template. I mean, this is all I'm looking at right now. I have between 1 and 100, 300,000 shares, up or down at least 2%. And then this is the custom formula that's going to show me stocks that are at least $2 away from the next higher low. But so you can of course create your own price range and minimum volume and all that sort of stuff. I will go over that a little bit later. But that's where I saw the buy on. I mean, saw the buy on right here. Well, even earlier, right around here. And it's all because of the room it had looking left. I mean, it still has room. Now COS has joined again. I know it just got halted on the way up. KOSS. So the memers are having their day, guys. No question about it. Memers are having their day. And this is why this one went actually crazier the couple of days, because look at the float it's got. 5.2. Now, I think they did reverse splits, but nonetheless, 5.24 million in the float. So if you missed out on the GME, the cost is, where could this open? And this is an AI play from our AI. The alert was at 4:52. Okay, 4:52. Man, guys, I mean, Victoria's Secret, I know I mentioned it right here, 2050. So I'm really, I'm going to try to pay a lot of attention to this distance of the next high or low. Okay. That's my focus right now. Wow. So GME just opened up. Well, again, 40 is a big number in my opinion anyway, because that's where they did their 1-for-4 forward split at 160, approximately 160. So that'll get it back up to that area. Now, cost when it comes out. So if this is a 5-minute halt, this will be coming out at 10:03 plus 3 seconds. So in about a little over 2 minutes from now, if this is a 5-minute halt, they all have been 5-minute halts so far. Well, I don't know if they could give it. I mean, anything can happen, but right now the projection is that it'll be above right now. And let's take a look at a monthly chart just for out of curiosity to see where is that next high on a monthly chart. So 522 is the next high, but it could easily take that out. So 675. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought you were saying costs. Sorry. Well, if it's a 5-minute halt, it will resume well, basically 10:03. Okay, 3 seconds after 10:03 if it's a 5-minute halt. Okay, Coco, and this is going to be a big open. Look at that. Well, actually, it flashed. It flashed 534. All right, guys. Well, if it's 3 seconds, 2, 1, liftoff. There it is. All right, guys. Okay. Wow, that looked like it's going to get halted on the way. Got halted on the way down. Cost. So, and it's not looking good when it opens. Okay, guys. Let's see. Well, but understand, Coco, the resumption price is not 100%. Okay, it like right here. Okay, so there's cost has been halted at 480, but this number it's not 100%. It's going to open at 442. Okay, you see how it over 5 minutes during the halt, this number will change. So there's no absolute guarantee. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it gives you an idea, but it's not certainly not written in stone. Okay, guys. So again, I'm in this CVS, guys. I'm in this CVS. This is a real test for me. Okay. Again, I'm doing is I'm just looking at this distance to the next higher low, and this is just I'm going light on all these. I did not take the Victoria's Secret, the VSCO. This I had the alert around here, 2060. Wow, look at AMC. Yeah, AMC just kind of tanked. There are actually shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. That is a big one, 372 down to 320. So be careful. Just waiting to see how this cost opens to see if there's any bounce in this at all. Well done, Shady. I'm sure I don't have as much as you, but I like that $2 break on the CCLD. All right, so this is going to be longer than a 5-minute halt. 10:08. So this will probably be at least a 10-minute halt now for cost, KOSS. Yeah, Novavax guys, NVAX. Boy, a lot happening this morning. So Novavax had a big day, of course, on Friday. Sold off quite a bit, got up to $11, sold down to 887. Well, good or bad news. I mean, if you're in it, you'd always like to see only a 5-minute halt. Because if you're in it and you're looking at 5 minutes and the stock is up and you're in at a certain price and the stock is above it, it runs the risk, of course, is drifting back down. But it's just math, like why it is halted for why it's halted for 10 minutes versus 5 minutes. I know there's some reason. Don't ask me what it is exactly. I think William may know, but Yeah, the reason it's not showing, it's a server thing. So some servers, for some reason, the server I'm on, if a stock gets halted very quickly after it resumes, it's not showing for me. Some servers, it doesn't matter. Like William, I think always has a halt even after even if a stock gets halted very quickly after it resumes. Well, CVS again, it's just giving me you know a little bit here, guys, bit by bit by bit. I got nothing spectacular, but I'll take moves like this. Now GME is, we're getting the big halts on the way down now. Come on, CCLD, break through 250. All right, guys. Well, cost opened. Okay, now let's see if there's any. What was early on? It's a lengthy list because it's a bunch of repeats. Okay, but I saw it early on. I don't know where I saw it first, but it was early on. These are all repeating now. You see, it's a lengthy list, but it's all repeating. In fact, I thought I put "don't repeat" on it, to be honest, but I think I did, but maybe I didn't save it. You see what I mean? Like Vasco, BYON. BYON is the first one I saw. But CVS, where did I see it first? Can't remember where I saw it first, but it's a repeating list. So in fact, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to get the oh, I see what happened. I misput it. I had the "don't repeat," but only for a minute. Okay. I might do it for 30 minutes, maybe not the whole day, but for 30 minutes. Then that list is not going to look as long. All right, guys. So now so the GME is really gave it up, 38 down to 29. AMC really, it was okay at some point, but it wasn't great anyway. CCLD, I'm totally out of it. Just looking at Reddit is giving it up. There's another one, guys. EDU's got a lot of room. Looking left, $91. Nah, rent. Remember rent? But it's halted on the way down. Okay. Now, let's take a look at GME and where is the VWAP? 2771 is the VWAP. So close. It's close to the VWAP. So I mean, this could have a bounce in it. And there's that 10 SMA way down here though. So again, the only thing I'm in still, just as a test, is a CVS. I've taken some off, but I don't have very much. I'm just testing this distance to the next high scan. Wow, KMX. I mean, it's giving me amazing looks. I mean, that is giving me absolutely amazing looks when you look left. You've got all this room. Now, this one is through the 200-day moving average also, KMX. I would like to see it take out 75 if I'm going to do anything with it. And then, I mean, the next high is 81. So lots and lots of room. That should really be up to you, Kevin. Okay. I mean, honestly, I can show it to you, but this is just what I like to see. But I mean, the stocks are between 1 and 100, 300,000 shares. Again, this is all, what I would do is the big thing, of course, is the custom formula. The only other thing, and the stock's got to be up or 2%, up 2% or down 2% from yesterday's close. Okay. But, you might have a different idea of a price range. You may have a different idea of minimum volume. Okay. This is the key thing is the custom formula. That's the key of it all. All right, so GME just got halted on the way up again, guys. So we had a couple of halts on the way down, now a halt on the way up. Well, this has been a very, very fast morning for me anyway, 10:20. So first of all, welcome to the rooms. We have two rooms going. I moderate a YouTube room and what I call the main room. So you'll hear me when I talk to somebody, I have to try to remember which room I'm talking in, just to let people know, because people are in one room and saying, well, where is this person you're talking to? And both rooms hear me. Both rooms see my screen. If you're looking for a little more action, though, the main room is where to be. There's a lot more activity in the room in terms of traders interacting with each other, talking about stocks, posting about stocks. Okay. I'll just put that room. I'll just put if you want more action, okay, especially if you're new into our YouTube room today, thinking it's the only room, nothing wrong with staying there. But if you want a little more action, I just put the trading room link in. Now, let's take a look at my homepage. And the information you can find on it. You guys have been talking about Novavax. I know you've been talking about Novavax. So I had an alert that's basically at the high of Friday. Okay, Novavax now, NVAX. That's some pretty big news on Friday. So clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. I'm trying to keep you in suspense, but I'm just trying to find the link. There we are. All right. So right at the very top here, you will see a way in which you can take on a subscription right now. Okay. Here's a promo code you can use. You'll get 25% off. Barry 25. You'll get 25% off the first month only, or the at some point in the future. You do decide to take out a subscription. I mean, this is the promo code that is active today. Okay. I think it disappears tonight, midnight. It may still be active and I'm talking 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. It may be active tomorrow, but I'm not sure. So if you do take out a subscription, all I ask is that you do use my promo code. This will really help to keep the room free because the room will get credit for this subscription. This is a free room. And the goal, as always, is to keep it free. Okay. If you take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos. First one, download and install. Second one, first startup and login. Important introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay. It's a software program. There is a learning curve. In these short videos, we try to give you the basics pretty quickly. Okay. If you're new to trading, Trading 101, all free. This is a series of videos that you can take a look at. Stock of the day video that I do. You can sign up for it here. I'll get to your question in a minute there, Naima, in our YouTube room. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Big education section is here. Here's our user guide. We have a great user guide, a lot of information here, but I get a lot of questions. Most of the things can be found in the user guide, especially some of the major. You want to create a watch list. You want to put a sound alert on a window. You want to create price alerts, things like that. They'll usually, if you go to the user guide, you'll see it as a major section. Okay. I have no problem demonstrating how to do this, but you should know that in the guide, it's a great reference. And there's a getting started again. Daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. And today being Monday, it should be Chris Varley. I will confirm that it's Chris. Okay. And before I get to my scans, so the question in our YouTube room is, how do we check if the stock can be shorted on TI? You can't. The reason being is that all brokers are different. Okay. I mean, you'll hear me say, I have shorts available or I don't have shorts available, but I'm always referring to Interactive Brokers. Trade Ideas can't possibly know whether or not you have shorts available at your broker. Okay. So it's broker by broker, really. And also Trade Ideas, I may look, for instance, let me just find AMC as an example. Yeah. So a while back, maybe 5 minutes ago. Well, there they are now. See, there's there's 1,500 shares available right now at Interactive Brokers. But if they get snapped up, they'll still say nothing. Okay, so the bottom line is Trade Ideas can't possibly know how many shorts available for your broker. Okay, or if it's shortable, it's broker by broker. Okay. And just as I was saying, AMC had shorts available just a few seconds ago, and now they're gone. So now let's take a look at my scan. So if you click on my homepage link, scroll down until you see this intersection. Here are the scans. Should be okay, guys. They should be clickable. The off chance that you cannot click, you don't see the big click here like you see here. Keep, press the shift key, keep it pressed down on your keyboard, and that little refresh icon, just refresh it, and that should be okay. Okay. So what about GME Naima? You have a question mark? GME is not shortable at Interactive Brokers, but maybe Fidelity has, maybe other brokers have. So here are my scans, the ones that I'm currently sharing. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. Halts resumes. It was over here. Super active. Not a lot of different stocks, okay? But we're getting the same stock like GME, halted and resuming over and over and over again. My combo scan, which I haven't even looked at today. Abnormal option activity, the breakouts. So I'm sharing a lot of scans. And of course, you can ask me questions all day long. This is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you have a question, like, Naima, you had a question about shorting and how can Trade Ideas find it? Hopefully I answered. Who's your broker, by the way? Just Naima, who is your broker? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, okay? So what I do, I have this tells me instantly. So yeah, E-Trade is, E-Trade's not good for that. As I've been told a million times, or at least 1,000 times by William in our YouTube room, in our main room, who has E-Trade. E-Trade doesn't have something like this, I guess, that tells me exactly how many shares are available at the time for a stock. This is, so if you're looking for this in Interactive Brokers, just type in SLB into your search, okay? And then you can have, and this is the window that I look at all the time if I'm looking to short. So this CCLDO, this must be some derivation of CareCloud. Well, it is CareCloud. Yeah, so this is, okay. So could this go even crazier than CCLD? I don't know. It's had a big pullback here. So I didn't even look. Somebody said WGS did trigger. 2150 is the trigger. Wow. Yeah, no kidding. Nice one. So it's over $1. Actually, at one point, it was over $1.50 above. Well, Pepe, I did a reboot and everything seems to be still pretty good. And I did take care, and I was able to do the hibernate over the weekend. So everything seems to be pretty good. And it's it's actually a new Trade Ideas build also. All right, so okay, now PGNY, this could be interesting as a short, guys. So PGNY had, I believe it had earnings. Yeah, it had earnings on Friday. So the positive thing about it is that it had got as low as $24, and it closed up here at 27. But this looks like it's trying to. I mean, I took the short. Okay, again, I am just experimenting. Okay, there's the short 27, 26.97. I will explain how to get this. Okay, unfortunately, I cannot give you this scan because it has a custom formula in it, and it does it. So when if I try to copy it and give it to you, it will not copy the custom formula. So if you are interested, you have now. Let's see what in the guide. Just give me a moment. Where you can find it in the guide, how to create a custom formula. And I can give you what the custom formula is. And then if you want, you don't have to. You don't have to have this, or a derivation of it. Just give me a moment. So when you click on my homepage link, and get to the education go to the education section, and then click on the user guide. Okay, and where it says, where's custom formulas? It's got to be here somewhere. Here, right there. Sorry. Custom formulas. This will explain how to create a custom formula. Okay. So what I can do, so you can go to the user guide, click on custom formulas. It'll explain how to create a custom formula. And so if you're interested in the formula to use, I can give you that. So that is the formula to use. Okay, that is the formula to use if you're interested in creating a custom formula that has the distance to the next high. Just give me a moment. I don't really know what the difference is in the today. I know what you mean because it looks like it's the same, but real time, of course, is real time. I really don't know what the difference is in today. Well, I'll tell you. What time is it now? 10:33. I just don't know if this is going to update. Probably it's not going to update. But if you want to see the history of today, I guess that's what you use. Okay, history today, real time. Real time is the real time alerts as they're happening. If you do history today, my guess is that is not going to. It will not update now. The last one was at 10:35. Same with the top. Same with the top. Now, top list, you don't get the same sort of history. I never use the history in the top lists. I don't really use the history in the other one either, but I don't know what you mean by that. Custom formula is different from the configuration. I don't know what you mean by that exactly, Tordy. Custom formula is just a way in which you can you can take our data points and create custom formulas from our data points. So you can kind of create new filters using our data points. Okay. Does that answer your question? So that custom formula that I put in there, the, in brackets, ABS equal P minus price, etc. That is a custom formula that will tell me what the next, well, when you create it, then it becomes a filter just like any other filter with a min and a max box. Okay. And so in the min, I have put 2. But my point is this, is that you can create, this is all I'm doing. I want to see stocks between 1 and 100. Minimum volume is 300,000. But this should be more personal, because you may not want to see that price range. You may want to have a different minimum volume. I want to see stocks that are up at least 2% or down 2% from yesterday's close. And then here's the custom formula. And where the value is at least 2, that means when I get an alert, on a new high or new low of the day, and I look left, the next high, when it's a new high of the day alert, will be at least $2 away. At least $2 away. And if I get a new low alert, it'll be at least $2 away on the low side. Okay, so that's why the PGNY got the alert right here, I think, on the break at 27. And when I look left, there's the next low way down here at 23.91. See, obviously more than $2 away. So the idea really is, I'd love to be able to just give everybody this. So I suppose I could give you this, but you'd have to add the custom formula to it, because this gets very confusing. Because if I give you this, you're just going to get alert after alert after alert, just satisfying these filters. Okay, it will have nothing to do with this. I can give you the scan, then you can fit the formula in. But understand, you may have a completely different idea about a price range, minimum number of shares, etc. Right? But I can give you the scan, sure. It's just very confusing for people to take this, though, and they're going to say, "Well, I'm getting lots of alerts," but you're not taking. But you're getting way too many, because remember now, this is preventing you from getting an alert unless the next high looking left on a daily chart is at least $2 away, either on the upside or the downside. But sure, I can give it to you. Well, you've got to go to the. That's why I'm saying, Arvind, you've got to go to the user guide and check. Go to the user guide, and where it says custom formulas, okay, it'll show you how to add a custom formula. So again, if you go to the user guide from my homepage, so just click on my homepage, or my homepage. Go to the education section, click here, and then go to the user guide, and this will show you how you actually create a custom formula. Okay. Where the heck is it again? Right here, custom formulas. Okay. And then the custom formula to use, I can give you that custom formula that you will use. That's why I'm saying, Pepe, I'd rather people made the custom formula and then just, it's going to get confusing. Make the custom formula yourself and then create your alert window with your parameters, a price range, a minimum volume, all that sort of stuff. This is nothing. I mean, these values I'm using here, I mean, there's nothing special about them. Okay, there's nothing special about this price range or this minimum number of shares or up or down 2%. This is what it's all about, is creating this custom formula. And even this, the two, you might say, well, you know what? I'd rather see it $3 away. Or what if you're into stocks that are only trading between $1 and $10? $2 might be too much. You might go 50 cents. You want to see stocks that are at least 50 cents away from the next to the next high or low on a daily chart. This, I know, is really confusing. All right, guys. Now GME doesn't look good now. Okay, GME does not look good now. It looks like we've got a green bar ignored forming for GME. I mean, for the time being, it doesn't look great because you can see that green bar right there. So there's there's a big red candle. There is, now it's not quite a green bar ignored, okay? In theory, that green candle has to be totally engulfed by the previous red one, but it's pretty close. And then, so you think of it this way, you've got a downtrend, a pause in it, and then a continuation. So XPOF was another one in that. Okay, I mean, I don't know where I would have had the first alert, but okay, I'm seeing it now. Well, actually, 825. Look at this. Okay, guys, we've got something magical going on here. They're not all going to be, of course, but look at XPAV. I think I had an alert even earlier than this, though. So XPOF 825. Look at it now, 881. Look at the room. Pepe, I may have to abandon everything else and just do that. I wonder if I can see the problem. I like to be able to lobby them meaning the developers, to put that in as a custom, not as a custom formula, just as a normal filter. And the other thing you can also do with that, you can create it as a percentage. Okay. I've never used it as a percent. So you can say, I want that next high to be at least 10% away, from the current price, or 10% below the current price. So you can actually create the formula so it gets expressed as a percent. I've never used it as the percent, but it is possible to do that also. So guys, time is it now? 10:45. So let me go over what Trade It is all about. Okay. I know we always have new people in the rooms. So let me explain what look at the shot even coming back from the dead. So this is what Trade It is all about. We're a real-time alerting scanning piece of software. Okay. A lot of screeners out there that kind of claim to be scanners, we don't have to claim, we are. And this is what I mean by all that. So this is an alert window. That's why it says A in the upper left-hand corner. I right click on it and click on configure, and then click on summary. So in this scan, this is what I am looking for. And this is a scan I am sharing. So in this scan, this is the screening aspect. So if the stock is between $1 and $100, Current volume is at least 3. That means it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. This is time of day sensitive. The volume is at least 100,000 shares. This gives it the momentum, okay? The volume in the last minute was at least 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal, etc. If all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So, what time is it now? 10:47. So the last time a stock met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day was shot at 10:43 plus 19 seconds, okay? Since then, again, it is now 10:47 and a half. Since then, no other stock has met all the filter requirements and made a new high for the day. That's how this works. Okay? So if you like this scan, again, I'm sharing this on my homepage. You can have it. But just like the other scan that I was talking about, the distance to the next high or low, the fact that what I want to see is this doesn't mean that's what you have to see. Okay. So in other words, if you wanted a different price range, you don't want this 1 to 100. You want maybe even a different current volume, maybe a different volume, the volume percentage pop. You can, of course, change things to sort of customize it to the way you like to trade. This is what I like to see. I'm certainly not forcing this on you. But again, if you want it the way it is, great. It's on my homepage. But of course, you can make adjustments. See what happened there? PLG, okay? PLG just made a new high, met all these filter requirements, and made a new high for the day. So that's number one. Number two, of course, if you want to make your own scans, you can. When I click on search this time, and right at the very top, you can see the two most popular, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. These are all real-time alerts. Okay, they're all real-time alerts. Now, if I scroll down, you can see we have a lot of real-time alerts. Again, if you're looking at this for the first time, don't get hung up on how many we've got. And these are all of the filters that we've got. Again, do not get hung up on all the different real-time alerts and filters that we have. You do not have to learn them all, okay? The only reason there are so many is that with all the different trading styles out there, company had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and filters to satisfy, again, the majority of our customers with all the different type of trading styles there are out there, okay? You don't have to learn them all. I only use new high and new low. That's it, okay? Doesn't mean the rest of these are bad. It just means that for my style of trading, all I care about is the new high and the new low of the day. Okay. And, I don't have very many filters in here. Obviously I have a price range I like, a minimum volume that I like, usually a minimum relative volume that I like, things like that. But I don't use a lot of different indicators. But that's my style of trading. Okay. Question in our YouTube room, Andre, what scan do I use most often to find stocks to short? Probably this one, the 10-day daily breakdown. If I haven't concentrated on this at all today, but the 10-day daily breakdown, and that's on my homepage. On the other hand, a lot of people might look at stocks that go parabolic. Okay, so you could be even looking at stocks that are making new highs of the day and saying, well, okay, I mean, GME, if you'd had shorts available, you might have thought, wow, this is getting way too parabolic. I'm going to try to see if I can time a bit of a high. Not easy, but I mean, some people do that too. I told you, yeah, so XPOF was here, okay, in this distance to the next high or low. It may have shown up earlier. The reason I say that is because I did make a change into the don't repeat. It was at 1 minute. I've changed that now to 30 minutes. And I think it's possible it was even earlier than that, but even right there, 8:25, pretty awesome. So I'm out of them now, guys. So I took It wasn't bad, the PGNY. I may even look at it later on the short. I'm out of the CVS long. Those are the two that I took from that scan. Again, this is just a test for me, okay? So here's Alcoa as an example now. And also, Andre, I mean, in this scan, which, I found this one, the PGNY to short. Anything in red is a potential short. And I can't give you the scan. What are we going to do, Pepe? You have to create your custom formula, and then you can, basically very simply create this scan. But you have to create your own custom formula. I think that's how I really want to explain it, Pepe, rather than give them this and then. I think the first step with everybody is create the custom formula so it's in your account. Then you can create the scan really simply. If you want. I'm not telling anybody you have to do it, but so as an example, look at this one, VKTX 7215 on and again, is may have shown up earlier. Look at it now. It got all the way down to 7060 from 7215. This could be awesome. I haven't used this for so long, and I'm not really sure why. Because my whole style of trading is always looking left, and I'm not sure why. Ushani in our YouTube room, good morning. I could do that. Well, what happens, when people don't listen and they get the scan and they see all these alerts happening? If people would absolutely listen, you're right. That would be the way to do it. But yeah, no, it'd be the ideal way to do it. But I really also think that the whole idea is to create your custom scan, and then you can. I mean, so simple to make the alert window, with your price range that you like, your minimum volume that you like. I'm not doing anything. No, there's nothing magical. I know I'm going to keep repeating myself, but there's nothing magical about these filters. I mean, $1 and $100. Minimum volume is 300,000 shares. Up or down 2%. I mean, there's nothing magical about that. Okay, so Oshani in our YouTube room, still looking for an idea how to identify in a scan alert where there is high pre-market volume and a pre-market low price. So, okay, if you've asked that question before, not to me, but maybe to the general, as you know, we do not have a data point. I'm not sure why. We don't have a data point for pre-market volume, okay? However, this is what I would do. Let me just give me a moment. Let me bring up my okay, just give me a moment, okay? I want to bring up just give me one moment. I just want to find the pre-market active, see if I can just find it. Just there we go. Pre-market actives. Oh, that's the race. There we go. Pre-market actives up. Okay. Just want to have. Okay. So, and I'll try to help you, Sharma, in a second. So this is what I would do. Okay, Ushani. I mean, this volume today percent. Okay, I don't use this at all once the market opens. Okay. But if you're looking at this volume today percent in the pre-market, so you have something like this is, I'm sharing this pre-market actives up. So if you saw, say, for argument's sake, even like 50% in here, okay, and looking at this in the pre-market, that would mean that stock is trading right now in the pre-market, at least it's trading 50% of what it would normally do all day long. That would be pretty abnormal, right? So that would be high pre-market volume. It's when you say high pre-market volume, I'm assuming you don't just mean an absolute number, because I mean, Apple could be trading millions of shares, but is it abnormal? Okay, as an example. So I'm assuming what you want to be able to find are stocks trading abnormally in their pre-market volume. So first of all, Oshani, I hope you can hear me and you're seeing what I'm talking about. I should have said that at the beginning. Okay, Oshani, can you hear me? I'm talking to Oshani in our YouTube room. So I'll move on then. And the pre-market low price, we do not have a trigger, an alert that'll break. You can create a top list though, and see stocks that are very close to the pre-market low, but it's not going to be an alert. So is it possible to have your AI day trading screen and short squeeze charts at the same time? And welcome to the platform. So I don't know what you mean by the short squeeze charts. Okay. Now you're talking about the AI. I mean, you can have, look what I've got here. I mean, I've got this scan, I've got some charts, I have some scans on my other monitor. So, I mean, you can have, how do you get that scanned? If you go to my home, okay, just one moment, Oshani. I just want to show where you're going to have that scan. Okay, so if you go to I just put in my homepage link. Okay, I just put in my homepage link. So if you go there, click on it, and scroll till you see the center section, which are my scans. And I was just showing you that one, the pre-market actives up. Now, if you wanted to see the ones that are moving down with abnormal volume also, of course, you could do that. Okay, but use that, but just check that volume today percent. And, you get something that's even 25%, 30%. I mean, that's pretty significant that it's doing that much volume in the pre-market, because that means it's doing, I use 50% as my explanation. So again, if you see 50%, that means it's already done in the pre-market 50% of what it normally does all day. Okay, so the short squeeze on okay, so this is what you can do. Okay, so let me, now, is that on the channel bar or the dock channel bar? Do you know what channel it's in? Sharma, do you know what channel it's actually in? I don't see a short squeeze channel, so it might be a scan within it. Oh, here it is. Sorry, right there. Okay, so short squeeze. So what you can do is this. Depends what you want to. I mean, do you want the entire layout, or do you just want maybe one of a scan from that layout? So you just want, say, one from like the squeeze me? Is that which one though do you want? The squeeze me as an example? Or you want this, the shorts are feeling the pain, or this could be panic mode, which one do you want? Because there are a bunch of scans in theory here. So I'm sorry, I'm asking so many questions at the same time. So when you say yes, I don't know to which one you were referring. So which one are you referring to? Well, okay, shorts feeling the pain. Okay. Let's say you wanted that one. So what you do is you right click on it and then you duplicate into a free floating window. So you basically doing that, you take it out of this channel. Okay. You take it out of the channel. When I do that, it's going to pop on another monitor that I've got. So you see now it's free floating. And you can do that with any scan and any channel. Okay. You just right click on it and then duplicate into a free floating. Now it's on your screen, and then you can take our AI, you can start to create a layout, okay, with this, and charts that you want. Okay, maybe you want some of my scans. You can just get them all on your screen, and then once you've done that, and you can have them on. I don't know how many monitors you've got. I've got 3 monitors. So once you have maybe the scans that you want, then you just save the scan, or sorry, save the layout. I don't want to confuse you too much right now because I know you're new. But did you understand what I did? And you can go to any channel and you just right click. You see something you might like, right click on like in it. So if I went who's moving now, or this one, short hedge funds could be in panic mode, right click and duplicate into free floating window. And again, all that's doing is just basically just think of the concept. You're taking it out of the channel. So now it's free floating on your free floating on your screen. And that's how you can go to the different channels and you can start extracting scans that you might like to make them part of your layout. Now, I wouldn't get overboard. You don't want to have so many that you'll be clicking like mad and getting nothing done. Okay. Once you've got maybe once you've got what you want, maybe, and then you can just save your layout. Okay, so you can create some charts and then save or share to cloud. Okay, file, save or share to cloud. More than likely, you're just starting out. You click on entire layout. You might want to give it a name, Sharma's first layout. Okay, or some name, and then save it. Now it's in your cloud. And the reason for saving everything, I always save individual scan. This is a great example. I haven't used this for, could be several years. I created this a long time ago. And I don't think I've used this for several years, but I had saved it to my cloud. And I thought, you know what? On Friday, I thought, you know what? I want to take a look at this again. I haven't looked at it for probably several years, but it was in my cloud. And so when you save anything into your cloud, it's basically there forever. Look at AMC now, guys. I have to admit, I'm surprised at the strength for AMC right now. So you save everything into the cloud because you never know. You might create a scan and save it in, and then you save it into the cloud. And maybe you don't like it anymore. Maybe it's just not giving you the types of alerts that you like anymore. But who knows? A year from now, a month from now, 2 years from now, you might want to take a look at it and see, yeah, it's like, I don't mind looking at this one again. Now, the other reason to save your layouts and your scans to the cloud is that you can have trade ideas on as many different devices as you want. You can only have trade ideas loaded one device at a time, but you can have it on as many different devices as you want. And so if I ran out and bought another laptop tomorrow or tablet or desktop, all I have to do is just, well, if it's a desktop or a laptop, all I have to do is download the program, and then I just file load from cloud. Okay. And the same thing with if it was a tablet, you just put the Trade Ideas link in your browser, and then you can just download everything from the cloud. You cannot run, no, you cannot run at the same time. No, you can only have Trade Ideas open one device at a time. You can have it on as many different devices as you want, but only open one device at a time. Wow, AMC guys, that's pretty. I'm pretty impressed by this move on AMC now. I mean, I got all the way down to 316, and now the memers have got a hold of this one. I mean, they had a hold of it, but not in the same way that they had with GME. And now, I mean, the next high looking left is 385. Well, it's above that. So for instance, in that scan that I'm talking about, okay, the distance to the next high, if you only wanted to look at stocks between $1 and $10, okay, you might take that custom formula and change the minimum to 50 cents as an example, okay, instead of $2. Because if you're looking at if you want to only look at stocks between $1 and $2, to see something that the next high is $2 away, you may not get very many. But if you said, okay, show me where the next high is 50 cents away, for instance, you would have seen, see, 395. Yeah, you wouldn't quite have seen this one, but you understand what I'm trying to say. Now that I confused everybody. So guys, just my trading style as an intraday trader, my goal every single day is to find the stocks that are trading abnormally. So I mean, this window right there, I mean, yeah, I do have other scans I look at, but if I were just starting out, testing the waters of a trading, and that's why we have that course, the Trading 101. I mean, if you've never traded before, a couple of things. I mean, I would really recommend you take a look at that Trading 101 that's on my homepage. It's free. And then also, I would use our simulator. It uses our real-time data. Practice trading before you commit money to the market. Trading is not easy. And then the next step, of course, if you want to just intraday trade, well, your goal every day has to be to find the stocks that are trading abnormally. So obviously a CCLD, there's no way a stock, it's up 77%, okay? Well, there's no way a stock is up 77% unless it is trading abnormally. So what do I mean by abnormally? Look at the relative volume. It's it's 2,887 times normal. Okay? I mean, that's obviously very abnormal. Even the option volume, it doesn't trade a lot of options, but it's traded 1,432 contracts so far. That's 121 times normal. Okay, so this is really trading abnormally. And what this heat map does, tree map does, is sort of in your face all day long, telling you, don't forget about me. Don't forget about me. That doesn't mean you just pile into the trade when you see it. Now that's where you have to have some trading experience. With the CCLD, maybe I wait now for a pullback to I don't know, the VWAP, which is 212 or that area. Things like that. Or maybe a moving average that you like. I know Steve Gomez at Trade Ideas, he loves this 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. That's that orange line. Well, that's why you've got to practice. If you're just starting out, you're not going to know what you like. You don't know. In fact, you don't know if you want to be a day trader. All right, guys, I feel like testing the TWLO on that scan. The next high, well, actually, I can't. Actually, I may not do it. Maybe. It's okay. Yes, the next high is $64. Obviously, more than $2 away. However, there's the 200-day moving average. That could be resistance. So that's say 63. So that is not $2 away. So whatever value you want, Arvind. I mean, I've got $2. Okay, that means that every time I get an alert on a new high of the day, when I look left, it's going to be at least $2 to the next high. So this is up to you. I mean, I have got $2, but you may want something differently. Okay, so let's take a look at Etsy, ETSY, 63.90 was the alert. So when you look left, I mean, look where the next high is, way up here, $71. Okay, but that's up to you. I'm using $2. Okay, you might want to use $3. You might want to use $1. As I said before, it depends on the price range. Also, if you only want to look at stocks between $1 and $10, then I wouldn't use two. I'd probably use 50 cents because you're not going to get too many stocks that are, when you get an alert that are going to be $2 to the next high of stocks under $10. Okay. And the only thing I did is I added this for me. Again, you don't have to, but the don't repeat for every 30 minutes. So every 30 minutes, I will, assuming the same stock makes another new high and is still $2 away, I will get the alert. Man, oh man, this is almost turning into like a voodoo scan, guys. I mean, there's the lemonade, 891, and this got up to 987. And it's not like the market is helping. The market's not helping at all. I mean, the market's up a little, but it's not like the market is racing higher. I mean, I'm just going to go back and see where some of these alerts came from and what happened afterwards. And in fact, the lemonade had this was even earlier, right there, LMND, right here, 1860 at 1021. Remember, I've got a 30-minute, don't repeat for 30 minutes. So again, just to make you understand what don't repeat means, the typical scan is if a stock makes a new high, you'll see it over and over and over again, okay? If that's what you're looking for, the new high of the day, over and over and over again. Now that may, if you don't mind that, that's fine. But sometimes it can get overwhelming. So there is a way in which you can say, okay, instead of showing me the stock every single time it makes a new high, we have well, let me do it again. Right click on your alert window. And if you go to properties, and then one of the options is don't repeat. And so you can check the don't repeat symbol for, now here are your time periods that you can choose every 1 minute. And that's what I had before, but it was overwhelming. 5 minutes, 15, 30, or for the day. I do a lot of that for the day. So I can kind of go back completely and say, okay, when we had that first alert, what did it do? I'll keep this at 30 minutes. But, I've already talked about Victoria's Secret. I mean, Victoria's Secret is continuing to move, guys. I mean, we would have had the alert in this area here. And, I discounted, I was going to take the Twilio, but I discounted it the minute I saw that 200-day moving average, which was less than $2 away, because that could easily stall it. That could easily be resistance. So that became a no-go for me. All right, guys, just poured the last little bit of my energy booster. All right, now I'm looking at this PLL. Okay, so I don't know where the first alert was, but we did have one at 15:04. Now you can see it's still hanging around that area. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to stick an alert, say 15:08, see if it takes out 15, and then of course when I look left, the next high is definitely more than 2 hours a day, or 2 hours a day, 2 hours away. How about $2 away? Good one, Alpha. All right, guys. So I'll be taking a break in about 40 minutes, 40 minutes. And I'm pretty sure it'll be Chris taking over from me in our YouTube room. Let me All right. I just want to confirm it's going to be Chris Varley. I'm almost 100% sure it'll be Chris. But and before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room, so you can head over and listen to Chris while he gives me a 1 hour break. Give me a moment, guys. Now, Tupperware, yeah, I mean, Tup has the ability to be a meme stock too. Okay. I'm sure. So you're probably right. The memers that got a hold of Tupperware. Yeah. There's no reason. There is zero reason. Okay. We all have to understand there's our meme stocks. And so when I say zero reason, there is no fundamental reason for any of these moving higher like they are. But you don't want to be on the wrong side. Wow. I know he's back. I mean, but that, you call that, I know you're kidding. I know you're kidding, BHT. Yeah, the Roaring Kitty is back, posted on Sunday in Twitter. I'll never call X. Okay, guys. Now PLL has got me interested. Okay. 1502, 1510. He just posted again. Okay, sure. Why not? What's his name? Keith Gill, I think his name is. I don't think it was court orders. I don't think so. But I mean, if you saw the movie, well, I'm really interested in this PLL. Now, the one thing I don't have, I'm surprised I don't. Yeah, see, I don't. That's this. I don't have the relative volume in here. I'm surprised to see that this relative volume is only 0.98. Most of the ones I've seen, the relative volume is fine. So you could also add that, the relative volume. I think the reason I didn't do it is because I wanted to see, I wanted to see some of these massive potential gap fills without the relative volume impeding it. It's funny, Will, you mentioned about GME worthless as brick. In the mall that is very close to me, every time I go by the GME store, there are a lot of people in there. I listen, this is not defending them as a fundamentally, but I'm always amazed to see anybody in there. I'm more amazed to see that there's a store. And I'm not a gamer. I'm in the wrong demographic for sure. I like going to the mall, William. I actually enjoy it. What is a mall? I will say this, guys, with all the in COVID and all that and the close, Vancouver was still very, very active. We didn't, I didn't, if I can look at, I know all the mall closures in the States and the troubles they've had. Boy, the malls in Vancouver I never really saw a big slowdown. Oh, I have no idea, Will, why it's distributing from the, I mean, it's, what's the float? CCLD float. I mean, 10 million in the float. It had some news. Yeah, well, actually, it's an earnings play, I guess. It has earnings tomorrow. I guess this has earnings tomorrow. I mean, it's had some news. But I mean, I mean, it's up, 73%. So it might be just resting. This is actually what I love to see. Maybe later on in the day, in the afternoon, keeps in this area, and then it pops through the high. It could really get going again. Is that right? I didn't see that. Oh, I see. Okay, that's why they were. Okay, that's why they had that other. Okay, so they're looking at maybe a $5 takeover. Okay, I don't see the five in here, but and they have earnings tomorrow. Not that that really means anything. Yeah, the SPY has. What are we now? So the Dow's down a little, Nas is up a little, SPY is now gone negative. There's a beautiful run up. There's no. I didn't bother putting the economic news today. There was really, and I think some guy at 9 o'clock gave a speech, Meister. Other than that, there was nothing. So that's why I didn't put any of the economic news in there because there really isn't any today. None of the Fed presidents are that I know, according to the site that I get all this from every morning. None of the Fed presidents are talking today. So with that in mind, okay, with that in mind, I'm probably a little more reluctant to go long any of these right now. Love to see a short. If the market's going to do this for a while, just haven't had. In fact, what I better do is put a sound alert on it. All right. Speaking of which, so GMAT just showed up on that scan. GMAT, not GME, but GME with a D on the end. So that's GMAT just showed up on that scan. And again, look left. And the next low looking left is call it 61. So obviously more than $2 away. Okay, guys, I have to confirm it'll be Chris. Yeah, you know what? I haven't looked at anything from any of the other scans really. So I FTRE, and I do notice it's in the 10-day daily breakdown. But you know what? The alert was at 2663 and it popped. It popped. Interesting. I don't know if you're kidding around, Stephen. Just give me a moment. So I think you're just kidding, right, Stephen? GME going to the moon? ACIU, okay, from Shady. Very active. Yeah, yeah, you nail these ones a lot. Yeah, these ones that just kind of start curling. 332 is the VWAP. That would be my only issue, maybe. 332 takes that out. Could have a run. Well, okay. What data do, again, Stephen in our YouTube room, what data do you provide that might indicate if a squeeze could potentially continue or if the squeeze is nearing over? Well, okay. Any stock that goes parabolic, I mean, if you're watching a GME at the beginning, it's stock, when you see a candle, like remember, that was a green candle at one point, okay, up here, but that is a very parabolic move. I mean, you can start watching it right there. I mean, you're getting alerts on GME all day long in terms of that new high of the day, new high of the day, new high of the day. Now, nothing is going to tell you, well, it's over now, or it's over now, or it's over now. Okay. But at some point, it's not easy. Just give me a moment. But it's not easy to just, completely 100% predict that a move is over, Stephen. But, something that goes pretty parabolic like that, you would have to think that, okay, it looks like it could be nearing the end, right? But there's no alert that's going to say, okay, now this is over. Because I'll bet that a lot of people, even on that move here, after the big jump in the pre-market, they may have looked at that move here. That's a pretty big candle. They might have thought it was over here. Okay, but just got to be careful. I mean, I'm not really good at predicting highs and shorting them. Yeah, also it got halted so many times. I mean, you can create a scan that might indicate when a squeeze is happening based on the short float percent. If a stock is moving, you can say, well, I guess it could be a squeeze. I don't really like to label things, squeeze. I don't really like to label anything. I mean, just like let whether or not that said, 24% or 2%, or if the stock is doing this, something's going on. Now, granted, I mean, some people will look at that and go, wow, if the short float is 24%, a lot of people who are short are, I mean, the whole concept of what a short squeeze is all about is the people that are short are starting to gag a bit, saying, man, I better cover. Of course, covering just creates more buying. I mean, so I do understand the whole concept of it, but I just really let the chart try to tell me. So I suppose another way to look at it, Stephen, is how many consecutive, candles in a row are up on a different time frames. That could, I mean, eventually, a stock that has, say, 4 or 5 5-minute candles up, that could be, even if they're not giant candles, that could be a sign that, well, maybe something's getting close. I have something called bouncers toppers that you might want to look at. Okay, whether we label it a squeeze or not, but the bouncers toppers on my homepage, you might want to look at that one. And I'll just show you where it is. Just give me a moment. Okay, so if you go to my homepage and you go to the scan section, scroll down and or click here and bouncers toppers. So, these are stocks. So a topper you'll see in red. That's a stock that has had, in theory could be overbought based on how many candles, how many 5-minute candle, or how many 5-minute, candles are up, high RSI, things like that. Okay. So when you see red in that scan, that's a potential to short a top. If you see green, it's a potential to play a bounce. All right, guys. So again, in about 20 minutes, it should be Chris. I think he's probably answered. Yeah. So it'll be Chris in our YouTube room in about 20 minutes. And I think it's a good idea to head over and listen to the different traders in our YouTube room. They spell me Monday to Friday. We have 5 different traders who do that. And I think it's a good idea because we all have different trading styles. Pullback players are watching. I think they probably watch VWAPs. They also might have a moving average they like. Everybody is different, Stephen. You can't. I can't say that every single pullback player is looking to see if it pulls back to the VWAP. Steve Gomez, he loves the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, that orange line. So when you look at it, GME, it pulled back and now it's underneath it, as an example. So it could be a situation. No, 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 no. They just take over YouTube, Daniel. I moderate YouTube at the same time as this. They just take over the YouTube feed. That's all. All right, guys. The Canada Goose, yeah, not a sports store. It was the actual Canada Goose store, paradox. But I think it was before that was before COVID, though. Yeah, it was before COVID. Well, you know what? It was probably this Christmas of 2020, like that Christmas. Remember, COVID didn't start till March, so it was probably just before. Okay, guys. Well, the GMAD. I'm continuing to watch this GMAD, but it's not falling yet. Anyway, just watching this GMAD to see if it has, because this has got so much room underneath here. Well, you know what? I'm just going to stick an alert down here around 63.36 and see if it takes it out. Is there a scan that only ETFs? Well, we probably have a symbol list that has ETFs in it, but it may not. I can't guarantee it's going to be the full. So if I can click on configure and then symbol lists, add existing list, and now I'm just going to go down here And ETFs, I'm sure we must have something that global ETFs, there's one. Inverse ETFs. Okay, so you can add them. But I cannot guarantee it's going to have every single ETF in the world. Okay. The other thing you can do is also we have an ETF watcher. If I click on new and then dock channel bar, then I think we have something called ETF watch or something like that. ETF racing. So here is a list of, here are some of the ETFs that, okay, some of the ETFs that it's watching. So if you just wanted to, well, that code is, okay, you're talking about the earnings per share. That's to get rid of ETFs. I thought you wanted a scan that only showed ETFs. Okay, so we have some symbol lists that have ETFs in them. We have this ETF channel that you can take a look at that is only looking at ETFs. Okay, that EPS code is just sort of a hack, in order to not see ETFs. Yes, you put earnings per share in there, 0.01 and minus 0.01, because ETFs, of course, don't have earnings. So it will block ETFs from showing up in the scan. But I thought you wanted to see only ETFs. Yeah. So we have an ETF channel. Okay. We have an ETF channel that you can take a look at. Okay. Just go to the ETF channel. Okay. So again, new dock channel bar, it's showing up on my other channel or my other monitor, and click on the show more, and then go to the ETF racing. Well, I can't. I cannot tell you it's got every single one, Stephen. Okay. Right now, it's just looking at losers and gainers, and with a certain. I mean, I can't tell you if it has ArcG in here. What's the configuration? It'll have to have. I mean, it's got a lot of them in here. You could always create your own ETF list. Okay. Go to some website that has every single ETF and copy it and put it into a symbol list, and then attach it to your alert window or top list window, however you want to monitor it. But this PGNY still looks kind of weak, guys. PGNY still looks kind of weak. Takes out that low here of 2670. I mean, it's got, again, it's got the room down to here, 2388. So anyway, Stephen, I would start off with that ETF channel and just see what you think. I mean, again, I can't guarantee it's got every single ETF in there. Well, I think on that channel, it's got the tree map. And if it doesn't, you can just turn the topless into a tree map. So right there, yeah, just turn it into a tree map. Show the tree map. Okay, just give me a moment. Yeah, so Stephen, what you do is you pop this out. Okay, I don't know if you saw what I had suggested before to somebody. You just take this scan. So for instance, here are the ones. Okay, so here's two tree maps. Okay, one's up, one's down. So you can right click and duplicate it into a free floating window. Now it's free floating. And you can do the same with this if that's what you want. Okay. Now I tell you what I would do with this. Let me get rid of this right now. Yeah. So this is what I would do though. I would take this and I would start putting a minimum volume, because do you really care about EVAV, what happens to be up 10.7%, but it's only 4,500 shares. So you could to this, you could go to the configure and put a minimum volume. And so you kind of customize it a little bit. Okay. Make sense? Okay, guys, I hear you. I do hear you. So just give me a moment, okay?
Yeah, of course.
I forgot to put the announcement in and all that sort of stuff. So, okay, okay, guys, Chris is in our YouTube room right now, but I have to put my announcement in first to tell you guys I'm on a break. So let me get that in first. So I'll be back around 1 p.m. in the main room. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, I will put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Chris. Okay, guys, so there is the YouTube link. You can head over and listen to Chris. And I'll put myself on mute in the main room now. And one last thing to do, Chris, get rid of my music so I can hear you. There we are. All right, now I can properly introduce you. So everybody in YouTube, Chris Varley is going to take over for me in our YouTube room for the next hour. And I'm sure he's got lots of exciting things to talk about.
Oh, it's unbelievable, Barry. I mean, groundbreaking, earth-shattering.
Really? Well, maybe, you know what? Usually I take a break, but maybe I'll just stick around.
No, nothing truly groundbreaking. Just
nothing true. Oh, geez,
no,
you teased me there.
I'm
okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
Just another Monday here in the market and trade ideas. That's all.
Mm-hmm. Well, you got to admit, though. I mean, I know we sort of make fun of it all, but the memers have definitely got something going today.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to try to make any sense of any of that crap.
No.
You could take any indicator you want in the world and make it fit a narrative. And I can assure you there are thousands of people doing that with this right now. So
Yep.
I'll just watch and enjoy.
Okay. Sit back and enjoy the show. Oh no, don't say that.
No, not at all. Only mockingly would I ever say that.
Yes. Okay. All right, Chris, I'll take off now, and we'll see you in about an hour.
Very good. Enjoy, Barry. So, all right, everybody, as Barry makes his way out to his very much deserved break, settle on in here. Got the screen sharing going. And of course, as I always say, and for those of you that are new, this is an open forum. I don't come with any pre-done content on the day here. I hope that you folks have questions and drive the content. I feel like it makes for a better Q&A session when you folks are pushing forward your questions and comments, the things that are most important to you with the software. And oftentimes, the comments and questions that you have are similar or the same as other folks, and they spark up a good dialogue kind of back and forth, giving that real community vibe here, trying to accomplish all the same goals here. At the end of the day, we're all with the same goal. We're trying to leverage trade ideas in each person's own way for success in the market here. So, there's no two people that use the software exactly the same. There are people that use, similar functions of the software in similar ways, and we kind of feed off each other from there. So with all of that said, the floor is open. Fire in some questions for me. Of course, if nobody does fire questions in or they're kind of sparse, do my best to keep this moving forward and informative and relevant to the market and trade ideas. So give everybody a few seconds here, see if they've got any burning questions, and then we'll figure something out to talk about. All right, so nothing for the moment. I mean, I guess since I've got it on the screen, Barry alluded to it. There's GME. What do you say about something like this? Let's be realistic here, everybody. Let's be really realistic here. This is what it looked like. This is, after the split. And so before the split, this was 500, somewhere around $500 or $600 or some crap like that. The split adjusted here. And, after that madness happened, every time it came back up, sellers had their way with it each and every single time. There has not been one exception, and this won't be an exception unless we clear this level here. If we clear this level here, then we could talk about this being the exception to the buyers then getting their way in a short squeeze and whatever the hell else that anybody has in their minds out there about that stuff up until this. And that's not to say there isn't money to be made on this and all those things like that. But when a stock is simply moving because one person tweeted on it, it's a company that's going out of business. They close store after store. They do not make money, right? All those things like that. They haven't made money for a very long time. So this isn't like some company, people are running out, oh, let me invest some money in it. There isn't, someone coming to rescue the day on this or anything like that. I don't even remember the guy's name anymore. Puts out a tweet for the first time in 3 years, and this happens. So that's what you're trading. If you're trading this, that's what you're trading off of. I'm sure there are indicators that people can use during the day that, are possibly working for them. Someone might consider now, once it broke under this VWAP, every pop is a sell off that pop into VWAP. That might be considered a good move, for the short side. Someone else might be, playing and saying, all right, if we get back over the VWAP, and then it's a move back towards maybe high of the day again. So obviously the elephant in the room, but other than that, I don't really have anything constructive to say about it other than that I just hope that nobody gets hurt on this. You have lives that were, look, we got to cut it both ways, right? We tell the story from both sides. There are without a question some people that were in on this ride and made some incredible money and had the insight to know this is wacky. I've just made $1,000, $100,000, $50, $75,000, whatever it is they made. Let me get out, and they, made some very nice money, whether it was life changing or year changing or whatever it was. But let's not kid ourselves. Those are the minority by a great deal. The great majority got absolutely taken to the woodshed here. They were without a question lives ruined and all those things like that. So just, I hate for that to happen to anybody. I speak from not this experience here, but I've had some bad trades that, I thought that was it for me, towards the beginning of my career here. And, it's just gut wrenching to think of anybody going through anything relatively close to what I went through. And I just hate to see it. So just, if you got a plan and you're trading and it works, phenomenal. If you don't have a plan, stay the hell away from this stuff. That's what I would say. I'm not going anywhere near it. Anyways, elephant in the room, chart was up. Why not talk about it? Something that I do think is also worth talking about that I think is a little more viable with staying power. Let's talk about China, right? And it's really off to the races now. Anybody that's been in it, phenomenal. Anybody that hasn't been in it, you might want to consider. You're coming to this point here. We draw this line, pretty good free line, free-handed, We can see all through here how much price has been a magnet for it. This may present an opportunity. If we can get a little consolidation here and it stays bullish and gets above this line and moves up, maybe an opportunity for folks that haven't participated in China to get a shot to participate there. Newton's law of motion, I apply it to stocks. Body in motion will remain in motion unless acted upon by another force. Those forces can vary in the stock market here from economic macro news to world events. At the moment, there isn't anything that's going to be coming out right now. It looks like that's really hurting China. Does that mean that they could come out with some random headline tomorrow that wasn't expected and hurt everybody? Absolutely. They also come out with some random headline that was unexpected that has this just even taking off even further. Also, can't count for unexpected things though, right? All we can do is manage risk. What's a good entry based on the risk that we're talking about? China deserves a look if you're into those kinds of things. K-Web, another way to look at China is going to be your internet stocks. Not quite exactly the same look as the FXI, but something in that ballpark anyways. I would say this here. You had this move up, you had this pullback, and you've had this move up. So you got a little bit of a consolidation here. This isn't quite the same chase as the FXI type stocks would. You got this looming overhead here, though, as well. So those are the things to consider. China's still the second largest economy in the world. And as I've said many times, I beat up on China plenty during this whole thing here. But as I've also said many times, if you think that this isn't going to recover at some point, you're then literally betting on the complete economic fail of China, which is not something I'd be betting on personally. Could it happen? Sure, why not? Anything could happen. I'm not betting on China to completely fail as a country and economically. That's just not something I'm willing to do. How many GM shares do I have? As I mentioned right away, I wouldn't touch GME with your money. Wouldn't touch it with your money. I don't trade the meme stocks. As a personal note, after I believe it was someone from Bed Bath and some executive from Bed Bath and Beyond, very sadly, unfortunately, committed suicide. I said to myself, based on my own personal morals, I will not touch meme stocks at all. I want nothing to do with them. I don't like that stuff. And like I said, I don't like to be a part of lives being ruined in that sense where people are playing games with the market like that. Games are always being played with the market. It was a little different, and that's that. What do I think about KOSS? I don't know. What do I think about it? KOSS. I'm guessing it halted a few times here. some kind of, see, I've got a line on it for some reason. This line must be pretty old. You got this crazy volume here, and then the volumes completely come out of it here. So for the moment, it looks like unless volume really comes back into it, I would see any moves up are likely to be met with sellers pretty quickly. You're gonna have people that are up here that are bag holding. So every time the stock starts to make an approach and they feel that they've recouped enough money and dump those shares, how many people are there, I don't know. But again, look at the volume that's there. Look at the amount of shares that were traded. It's under VWAP. So, those are the things that I'm looking at here. If the volume were to pick back up and it were to recapture that VWAP, I might have some more interest in it. I'm not currently day trading these days. I don't have the time to, and the focus and the energy. You got to know your limitations in life and the things that I'm being tasked with on a daily basis. I can't day trade anymore. It's kind of sad, but it is what it is. So that's that on KOSS. I see it's here. I haven't even looked at my races today. So I see it's here on the races. So obviously it's been pretty solid. So that's that. Thank you, Peter. Yeah, so CFO. So, that stuff bothers me. I get that, bad things happen in the market, good things happen in the market, all those things like that. I just feel like there was some really shady manipulation stuff that was going on. I don't know the whole story. I don't even want to know the whole story. So what I know is that a life was lost on it, and there's, several thousand stocks to trade. So by me cutting off 4 or 5 of them out of my life, I don't think it's going to change anything for me. So that's that. Can you share your view? Share that view. I'm not sure which view you're asking me to share or what specifically you're referring to. If I covered it already, great. If I didn't, if you can give me some more insight into what you're asking about, and I'd be happy to do the best I can to assist on that. So what else is happening here? So we talked about that China. I felt like that was important to talk about. We've talked about it a bunch as it was coming off the mat. Let's say it was getting unpinned from that mat. Take a look at the overall SPY here. We had a pullback that was here. It's been met, moved up. Didn't even make that 490 range. As it stands right now, it looks like the markets continue to digest the fact that there's unlikely to be rate cuts this year. Everybody and their mother knows that inflation is still an issue. Prices continue to rise, maybe not at the speed that they were, but they are still going up without any question. All those things like that. It's an election year here in the U.S., so you can be sure that the main players of, we'll call them both political parties, they'll be doing as little to rock the boat as possible and doing everything they can to say that they're the reason that the market's up and all those things like that. So, I don't suspect we'll see anything earth-shattering regarding that in the markets. And the markets have a great way of sniffing out nonsense from all those players involved in that game. And when the market doesn't like what's being said, we'll see that. And if the market doesn't mind what's being said, we'll see, something more sideways and maybe up sideways type of thing. So, the market's strong. That's all there is to it, all around here. We passed the Qs. We're right up near all-time highs. Diamonds, no different here again, just off all-time highs, and even the most picked on of all, the IWMs, and while well off a lifetime high, that's at 240 something, 244. There you go. I thought it was actually 241. 244 lifetime high on that IWM here. We're back above the 200 again, the 200 level, all right, which is a big, big level to be above for us. And, as long as that isn't getting picked on, I'd say, again, the trend remains to be up for the overall broader market. No, topless cannot make alert sounds. It needs to have an event that happened to make it appear on the window. No sounds on the topless. You can convert a topless into an alert window. That would be the best thing that you could do, but no way to have topless have sound. And if you're looking to convert a topless to an alert window, this is how you would go about doing that. You would take, let's say here, I've got a top list here, right click, collaborate. And please don't confuse the collaborate with sharing but via cloud. When someone asks to share via cloud, it's a different link. Specifically me, if I'm troubleshooting anything for you through email or in the live support chat, this collab link, it doesn't give me a full picture of things that I want when I'm troubleshooting. I should say, well, want and need. So that's why I always ask for a cloud link. And if you give me a collab link, I'll ask again for the cloud link, because the collab just doesn't do what I need it to do. But anyways, to convert topless to alert window or alert window topless, the collab link, copy, and then you'd open a new alert window and bring that over. And it doesn't matter what the alert window is. You just go ahead and set it up here. This is just a random alert window by default. Come back to collaborate. You're going to delete what's in here. And you're going to paste the collab link from the top list. You'll press OK. All right. And once you've done that, now you need to come into the configure and you need to give it a selected alert. I highly recommend against using the heartbeat. The heartbeat is only going to pulse out once every 5 minutes. Each stock has a different 5-minute pulse time that it will go from. It's set up through a series of scripts starting at 4 o'clock in the morning when the market opens. So there's no way to change that. I know that says minutes here. Disregard it. That field will do absolutely nothing to change or help you in any way, shape, matter, or form. It just pulses out every 5 minutes. So if you're going to use the heartbeat, you might as well just use a top list instead, right? But what I would recommend if it's top list and you're trying to get some, alerts through it, as long as you're not getting alerted, 500 stocks a second and jamming up your bandwidth, you might consider 2 or 3 alerts that are relevant to what you're trying to do with the scan. So it's a bullish scan. Pick 2 or 3 bullish alerts. Bullish alerts always be indicated by a green icon, bearish alerts by a red icon. Neutral alerts are indicated by these blue icons like that here. So, you could use a neutral on a bull or a bearish alert. Go through and look what you think will suit you best. But if we come out of this scan, if we come into the configure here, we'll see that it's, copied over the filters from the scan that I had, and it even gives it the name of the original top list as well. So that'd be the best way to do that if you really want alerts to come through with the sound based on your top list filters. That's the best you could do. Because top lists update every 30 seconds. That's why there's no event. We decided to leave the event, the alert. I'm using the royal we. This is stuff that was done, back in probably 2003, 4, 5. So we're talking, around 20 years ago. That's not true, actually. Alert windows came in around, in those times. Topless probably only came in sometime in, let's say, 2010, 11, 12, something like that. So since topless update every 30 seconds and they just auto refresh like that, stock goes on, it goes on. Stock comes off, it comes off. But you could have a stock popping on and off every 30 seconds, because let's just say you've got a $5 threshold to get on and the stock keeps going $4.99, $5, $4.99, $5. I mean, you'd be getting alert. Plus, the top list sits here as a table refresh like this. It's not continuously pumping through like an alert window would. So you need that event, that new high, new low, crossed above resistance, channel break, all those things like that to get that alert. So I think we're kind of caught up here on the questions. And again, anybody with any questions, please do not hesitate. Fire those questions in for me. Give everybody a second if they've got something. So, all right, with all that said, we toured a little bit of the broader market here. Let's take a look at what's happened here on my relative strength from the open scan here. So here's NVAX. I guess a big gap on earnings there from Friday. Heck of a move here on Friday, and then it gives it up. And a heck of a move coming right back here today, gapping up again. Really just off to the races here. It's good for 43% plus 43 plus percent, almost $4. The dollars had gains rejected off that 14 number. Of course, we know that is not coincidence. And I'm sure if we look back in time, we're going to see something just like that right there. Look at that. Ain't that something? Where that gap down started. So again, for my efficient market hypotheses and random walk folks, exhibit number 674 on why I don't buy into that stuff. We talked about KOSS again. So, what I say before, with declining volume like this, it looks like every time it tries to make a move back up, it's being sold off at this point, So it's big move up and it sells off this way. It comes up, sells off a bit, makes a move up, sells off, I would say, especially if it takes out this level here, look out for a gap fill at this point on it. Again, it could turn itself around. Why not? Things, 5 million float. Anything can happen, right? But I'd be, first thing I'm looking at is that VWAP. Got to get that. Got to get that and hold above it first. CCLD. Tough trader, it looks like here. 10 million in that float. And look at these topping and bottoming shadows on it. Very, 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 very tough trader on that here. Clearly, the stock doesn't do much for volume beyond what's happening today. Broader picture in it, mostly down long term here. Had this big pop here, percentage-wise anyway. It's a pretty huge pop, actually, coming from well under $1 to just over $2. And then gradually sold back off until it bounced here at $1. So that's what we got. But it's a couple days into this move here, so I don't know if there might be something underneath a little more that's going on, as folks interested in. MGNX. Oof, what a gap down on earnings. Damn, that stinks. I say that stinks because, again, I just, someone was holding on to the stock when that happened. And that sucks. That's all there is to it. Stock had been in a very nice uptrend, though, from through the end of last year all the way right up into just before spring here. Bit of a sell-off, coming way back down here under $15, $12, something like that. And a pop back here almost to $20. I'm guessing some kind of news event here. And looks like they got hammered on earnings, essentially. So what they post-market? Yes, it was post-market. And the next day it opened up way down here. So, and I don't know if those earnings came with any other headlines, but anyways, got a bit of a bounce today. Gapped up 350, made a run, pulled back, has made a run again. So there it is. Not exactly a huge float, not a mini float either at 60 million, give or take. A lot of volume, a lot of liquidity into this one. We'll see how that plays out the rest of the day. Any advice when watching average directional index? The only thing I can say is the generic stuff about it. ADX just tells you how strong a trend is, not the direction of the trend, how much conviction there is in that trend. So, a lot of people use it as a signal type line for staying in and getting out of trades. You're in a trade and the ADX is rising, and then all of a sudden you see it start to pull back. A lot of people consider that an exit, or, a certain level of pullback on the ADX they'll consider an exit. That's really it. I don't think there's anything else, groundbreaking from my view and side of things. I'm sure it's, beyond widely used with a lot of quants and things like that, and, strategies that they've created, but it's, far above and beyond my level of pay grade or thinking, strategy construction. I've attempted to use it a few times while building some longer term looking strategies. I never had a lot of success with it, and I kind of just let it go. It's an indicator that, when I first learned about it, I thought, oh, this might be the indicator for me. I just never was able to make heads or tails of how to really use it like other people have. So familiar with it? Yeah. Do I use it? No. So, that's where I stand, like every other indicator. And what I would say is I'd test it, look at it, watch it, formulate a possible plan around it with your trading if you are interested in it. Test that plan thoroughly in simulation, see how it does or does not work. Keep a journal. Worked like this, didn't work like that. Worked like this, didn't work like that. Look at the work columns, look at the non-work columns. Are there things in the work columns that you can repeat over and over again, or things in the work column and the non-work column that you can either experiment with to see if you can make better, or you can make sure you eliminate it from your trading altogether? And that's, what I would say on that. So can I look at ARKG option volume alert for me? ARKG. I don't look at, options volumes really. ARKG. It's ARKG. Huh. Interesting. It's an ETF. Oh, some kind of medical ETF. I don't even have any data on it whatsoever. I say that only because it says genomic revolution there. I don't have a lot to say on this other than, long-term picture. Here we go. Sideways for a long time, sold off. It's made a move up and is fading again. So this seems to be something that every time it has a little bit of a move up, it gets sold afterwards. Obviously, it's made its move on the day for whatever reason. I'd be looking at this level here. And if we look back, that coincides with this here. And play connect the dots here with that. I don't know if you're looking at it, you were just day trading it or something long-term, but long-term, you're going to need to hold above this level. You're going to fight with this level here, either this, and those. Likely to see this as a problem around here, and 30 bucks as a whole number. So it's a lot of work, but what levels do you think are going to give you the most trouble on the way up? And now I'm talking of this in terms of swing trading, and you have to look at those versus what are you picking as your risk on the downside? Is it 25 bucks? Is it down here off this? Is it that low? This low and that low aren't exactly far off from each other. So, setting up a time frame appropriate risk reward scenario here is the key, like with most any instrument that we're trading. I was going to say stock, but this is an ETF, so stock wouldn't quite be appropriate. And I, just keep in mind that, while this thing could do obviously anything, the long-term trend has been down on that. So that'd be my 2 cents there as far as ARKG goes. So very good. Keep them coming, folks, with the questions. All right, that covers that. All right, dive back into the relative strength from the open again. Keep the questions coming, folks. Don't feel like anybody's interrupting me or, oh, someone else has asked a question. Maybe I should just hold off. Fire the questions in, fire them in, and I'll get to them as quickly as possible, and usually in order. Once in a while, I somehow skip something and roll back to it, but I never duck or dodge a question. If I don't know the answer, I will simply say I don't know. Email me here, and I'll get you the best answer I can after a little research. I know there's no way to answer that. I do think we're going to make an all-time high. Do I think it will come out from there? I hesitate to say, do I think? What I see here, let's just use the SPY. What I see here is a trend, and that trend is very much intact. And I don't mean, oh, just draw a perfect trend line and it's touching and then, oh, it broke and now what do I do? That's not what I'm talking about. The trend is clearly up right now. We had this consolidation and pullback period in here, right? And it's now looking to push up on those all-time highs. So the trend is clearly up. If we look at the trend in an even longer term view, let's go with the weekly chart here. We've got this, come on, drawing tool. We got this rocket ship out of COVID. We pull back here into a bear market. We come out of that bear market, right? We make a pullback halfway through last year into the end of last year. Correction, let's say, there are a lot of sayings I can't stand. One of them is textbook correction. Okay, textbook correction, sure, why not? But this was a correction nonetheless. You want to call it textbook correction, whatever you want to call it, by all means. It's like also saying, are we due for? We're not due for anything. Mark's going to do whatever it wants. Are we due for anything? No, we're not due for anything. We're due to do our job and identify trends and participate in those trends to the best of our ability according to our trading plan. With all that said, bear market. We come out of the bear market. We're out of the bear market. Best starting half to a year ever at the beginning of last year. We correct, we pull back, we shoot back out of a rocket ship end of last year into the beginning of this year. We had a few weeks of a pullback here. I wouldn't even say it was a correction, just a few weeks of a pullback, and here we are again. So clearly this longer term trend is intact. However you want to draw a trend line on it. Do you want an accelerating trend line? Do you want to do as a logarithmic trend line? Whatever you want to do, however you want to do it. I'm not huge into trend lines personally, but what I can tell you is, without a question, the trend is our friend. It is up. I think we do. It's not. I think we will continue up. Indicators and math suggest we are likely to continue up. I follow no macro analysis. I do everything on this planet, and I mean everything on this planet to avoid it. I do not look at payroll numbers for non-farm. I don't care what the Fed is doing. I don't care what the other central banks around the world are doing. I don't care what unemployment is. I don't care what any of these things are, because it doesn't matter what they are. The market is going to react however. The only thing that matters is how the market reacts to them. So how many times have we seen a stock, great earnings, blows the doors out, and 3 days later it's 6% down, 7% down? I mean, how does that make any sense? On what planet does that make sense? The planet it makes sense on is planet technical analysis, because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the numbers were, right? The only planet it makes sense on is planet technical analysis. That's it. So I consider the same thing with the overall market. You've got, and on top of that, start to talk to traders. You're going to find all kinds of people. Oh, the numbers are rigged. They knew it ahead of time, and blah, 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 blah. And again, I just counter with, why does it matter? Just charts. The only thing that can't be, nobody's ever going to go back and say, oh, you know what? That price on the SPY on that day was wrong. We're going to readjust the price on the SPY that day. It wasn't really at that price. You're never going to see that happen. And you're never going to see that happen with any individual stocks. And just in case someone's out there like, oh, what about split adjustments? Please don't be immature. That's the only thing I would say to that. Be realistic here. And look, I get people want to know the news. They want to know these things. I just found life a lot easier for me in the market when I just turned off all news, period. Turned off all the news, period. There's nothing that I'm going to personally do that changes it, right? So why do I care? Give me the charts. Give me price and volume. They cannot be, maybe they can be manipulated by the machines as it's happening, but they can't be manipulated in terms of, oh, it never really happened that day, we're taking it all back. So, whether unemployment's at 1% or at 99%, I'm trading the same. Where's the edge? The edge is in my trading plan that I have created for me. That's where my edge is. It's in the footprints of the sand of the charts. If you look at this point, you have some Fed speaker every single day coming out and saying something, and you never know which one of them is going to say something that moves the market, right? And then you got non-farm payroll. you got inflation numbers, you've got whatever China numbers that come out, beige book, you've got, all these things every single week. There's like 2 or 3 events. Am I going to adjust my portfolio every 2 or 3 days based on these events? I'm not going to. Other people are welcome to do it. And if they're having success with it, I see no reason they should change a thing at all. But for anybody that's either been doing this for a while and not seeing the success they think they should be having, and they're basing it on the news and macro events, I would say, why not stop live trading for 6 weeks? Do a paper portfolio. Turn all the news off. Only follow charts. See if you have a little better results, right? Can't hurt. Certainly can't hurt. That's exactly it. In technical analysis, we work with an if-then scenario. If then likely scenarios, right? If this happens, then this is likely next. If that happens, then this is likely next type of things. So for an example, I don't know, however many weeks ago it was when we were first beginning to sell off. Let's go back to the daily chart. I said and thought that if we hold 590, then I think we move back up. If we lose 590, then I think we go back up. And when I say think, I'm not like, this isn't my opinion. This is, I likely, by trend following and using my multi-period low indicator as one type of indicator that I'm watching, then I believe this based on my indicators. It's math. That's all it is. It's math. No way to predict, but we put ourselves in the best possible positions for these things. And again, as I discussed with whoever at some point, I also said, if we move back above 510, then I think we likely challenge all-time highs and beyond. If we reject at 510, I think we head back down, and then we likely test 490. Worked out these times. We got plenty of examples where they didn't work out as well. Way back when, let's hit the way back machine here, zoom, and way back. When we were in this part of 2022 here, I like to give examples where, sure, let's call it I was right. I'm not going to consider myself right. It was just, whatever. But here's an example of where I was wrong, dead wrong. When we had this rally here through that summer in summer 22, and then this sell-off happened, I thought there was a very good chance that we would not only move down like this, I thought we might even push all the way down to 325, 300 on the SPY. I firmly, let's say, believe that. I firmly, based on this stuff here and that breakdown of this again here, I firmly thought that was a likely scenario to happen, and that did not happen. And then what happened? Market immediately took back off, right? And then it really, really took off. I missed that entire rally right there. That wasn't cool. I wasn't happy about that. But it was what it was, right? I just, we were in such a downtrend at this point. I just couldn't, I couldn't get bullish until we really broke. But it broke so fast and so quick that I also wasn't going to chase. I didn't think it would break like that, and I didn't have an indicator. I work slowly with this stuff. I want confirmation. I don't like putting money at risk without some confirmations. And that made such a fast move that, didn't give me a chance to confirm. So anyways, long story long as always with me. I apologize. Yeah, back to the whole thing. I don't watch it macro news. I know when stuff is coming out here and there because, I follow different people on Twitter and, I don't tweet a lot of finance stuff on Twitter anymore. I kind of just got away from it because I just I'm not putting out anything that anybody else isn't going to put out. So, on Twitter, I stick to liking music and videos and sports. That's it. But, I like or retweet other, what I consider smart people in the market and things that they're talking about, whether I agree or disagree. So yeah, I'm aware of these things, but I'm not positioning based on any of them. So that's that. What else do we have here? So we talked about that. We talked about this. Yeah, so this is on the relative strength, but man, 400,000 shares traded on it at almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon on the Eastern Seaboard here. And, it's kind of tough to trade something like that's got that little amount of liquidity in it, but there it is nonetheless. So that's that. Max N, aren't they a semiconductor? Yeah, semiconductor. Beat the heck up, right? Is that even its high? I feel like it had a higher high at some point. Yeah, thought so. Not a lot to comment on it. I mean, consider where semiconductors are, right? I mean, semiconductors are pretty darn strong. But, Max N not participating with the semiconductors at all. In fact, continue to be taken to the woodshed and beat up by the sellers. So make of that what you will. Huge short float in it. 45% short float. It's interesting. I know there are people out there that do lottery ticket trades where, they've got large enough accounts that they can afford to lose whatever. And, I've seen people take, let's say 500 shares of something like this, and they stick a stop at $2 or whatever it is, or some recent swing low, and then just kind of put it away or whatever. So those folks have trading plans that are involved in the cash to allocate and hold things for long periods of time. So, sometimes it's something that comes to mind when I see something like this, and the rest of the sector's just been a gem, and this is the dog in the sector, and that at some point maybe it plays a catch up here. Technical analysis says it's not going to at the moment, but anyways, it's Max N for you. MPW. So quite a rocket ship here off the open. Didn't even really gap up. I don't think it gapped up. If it did, it was minuscule. Yeah, minuscule gap up. But quite a move there. Nevertheless, interesting enough, you've got it selling off all the way. Has it bottomed? Look, there's a high and a higher high and yet a higher high and yet a slightly higher high, right? And, here's your low. And, sorry, I did that backwards. Forgive me. Let's narrow in. My brain can function better. So here's a low and a higher low and yet a higher low and yet a higher low and yet a higher low, right? And then, here's a high and a higher high and a higher high and a higher high and a higher high and now another higher high. So obviously it started to make its way into an uptrend here. How much more does it have on it? Everybody's guess is as good as the next person, but we can clearly see there is some serious interest in this. It would also behoove us not to pay attention to these volume bars that have come in here from the bottoming to the up trends that are happening now. Earnings are now behind it. So it's filled this gap here. It's got this cliff that it fell off of next to try to take out. Obviously, $6 was a bear on it. But nevertheless, it's an idea. It's there. It has some constructive movement behind it to the upside. For those of you that are looking to the short side, you may see weakness here off that 6 rejection. And you may be looking at weakness back down to whence it came from. So WISA, I believe this thing has been in play a few times. Yeah, thought so. So there's, this gap up day where it just sold off, and then you got this day here, and these days, all these big topping and bottoming shadows that are, going on. Having itself some movement today, it's good for 60 cents or nearly 19%. Currently, it was up over both of those, rejected off that 4 level. So, so we look at it, and there it is. Nevertheless, fairly liquid, but the volume is nothing as in comparison. I guess that comparison though is got to be put in perspective with these days back here that really have that relative volume number pinned down currently as these eventually will roll off. This will be a big difference. If you see 1 million shares traded on this, you'll see that number come way up once this stuff starts to roll off. So WISA, and last but not least, since it's there, we'll talk about it. I think we've covered the memes enough, but here it is. There's AMC. I mean, obviously, let's be realistic again. There it is. Nevertheless, some incredible volume on it on the day. It's up above that $4. We'll see what happens. You never know. Can you recommend a buy at the end of the day, sell at the open strategy scan? I don't have a specific scan that I just simply flat out recommend for that, but this here I call my evening scan. So first, I'll put a cloud link into the chat here first. Load from cloud, my scan, share, and copy, and paste. All right, so that's that scan if you want to take it. Now, what I've done with this scan is, and I apologize for that, people that have heard this 1,000 times, but anybody new, I'd like to make sure that they understand and we share this. So what I'm doing here is I got stocks that are above $11 that trade at least 750,000 shares on the day, and they have to have done that with that being a relative volume of 1 or greater. They're 75% above the low of a 20-day range, and they're 75% above the low of 2 days range. All right, so that's what I'm looking for in this scan. The idea is on 20 days, they're starting to break out over 20 days. Not everything is going to look great, because you could have stocks that are just mooning on the day and, they're not going to go chase them into a close. But here's iRobot. This might be a candidate for something like that. So let's just say, for example, iRobot kind of stays up here. The market closes strong. This closes strong. This would be something that I would consider possibly taking a position within that last hour and riding it into the open tomorrow, right? So that's an example of something I might do out of a scan like this. HE, no, not quite as much for me. I mean, someone might say, okay, it's made this nice move and held these lows from back here and whatever else, but this is in really a long-term downtrend at this point, right? Or not even just a downtrend, just sideways like that. Versus iRobot, we've started to see a movement for at least a few weeks now up to the side to give us, some springboard action that may continue. EXPI, not quite as nice as iRobot, but we're trending up over a week or so. This might be something else into that consideration world. Groupon, nah, you got up from the earnings here, but I'm not, $15 looms just above. For me, it would be risky. Now, someone else may look at Groupon and say, no, I want to ride that couple of day earnings trend. And I think that I would do that if it stays strong into the close. I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm just saying it's not for me, right? Different strokes for different folks and all those things like that. So this is Rocket Mortgages, right? So here's Rocket Mortgage. This might be one I kind of consider, right? Here's what I'm looking at, though. We've got this level here is going to be clearly tough to get through, right? That 1450 level, we can see it's, fighting with it there and all through here on these 5-minute bars. I do have that looms overhead, but the thing was selling off, and then it had some buyers come into it in earnings, and after earnings, despite some real indecision between buyers and sellers, you had the buyers went out here from the sellers. You had the sellers went out here from the buyers. You had the sellers went out from the buyers, and yet you still continue to kind of grind higher. So it might be something I would consider in that regard. So that's probably the one scan I'd probably share like that. That's the only scan I'd have anywhere near something like that, which you asked there, Avery. My thoughts on DJT. Oh, this is what's his name? Trump's media thing, right? Yeah, I only looked at this chart. It was probably the third time I've ever looked at this chart. Always when someone requests. Look, big move up, sizable move down, moves back up, couldn't quite take out that high, moves down, blast through that high, comes all the way back down here, moving up and a hook up again like that. I think if you get and hold above that 56 level, then you're looking at 60, and if you're up through 60, you're looking at I guess that's all-time highs since it's de-SPAC'd anyways, right? As the SPAC, I guess, I don't know what this was as a SPAC. You're looking at 175 for the all-time highs like that. So, different people want to interpret the data differently. So you got to get, come way back here to that 175 level. It looks like it's got some bullish tailwinds at the moment on the chart. Just, the one thing, like with the meme stocks or anything like that, you're tied to a lot of news stuff and politics and all that. So, you just got to be willing to accept that, you could wake up one day and if, on the long side, you got to accept that one day you could wake up and this thing could be at $30 or something like that. If you're short it, you have to also realize you could wake up one day and this thing could be at $80 too, right? And, there's no technical analysis that's going to give you an edge on that when something's make a massive move above or below your stops and things like that or whatever. So, I would just be cautious in the sense of share size accordingly to some of these larger moves that you've seen so that if that larger move happens while you're in it, you're not getting blown out of the water. Loss is a loss. We all take them, right? Some of us take bigger ones than other people and all those things like that. So I would just say, whether you're to the long side or short side of this, consider the large moves that it's made and the fact that those could very well happen again. And that you don't want to have something that a share size that's so big that if that size move happens against you, you're getting hurt in a way that may be unrecoverable. That's all. So, someone coming in needs help setting up a strat for auto trading in sim mode. Yeah, absolutely. Go over that without a question. You got it, Mr. Andy Lindloft. Hi, Chris. I'm having trouble sending orders with the simulator. Can you please help figure out and enable strategy and see the stock is change scanner, but no order sent? So yeah, these are things you're going to want to look at here. So let's bring over Brokerage Plus. Let's go ahead and we're going to connect to the simulator here. And, whatever the strategy is that you got in here, right click, edit strategy. I'm assuming you've done this part already. Right click, load from cloud. You've loaded the strategy in here. Once you've gone ahead and done that, right click, edit that strategy, and make sure that under accounts, you select what it belongs to, what account you want it in. Whatever brokers you're connected to, those accounts will be there. So in the case of the sim, you'll see the sim account there. You go ahead and save that. And then you just need to make sure you go through the rest of the tabs here and you have everything set up accordingly as to what it's supposed to be. And that's really the short and skinny of it there. As long as that's all set up correctly, that doesn't mean you'll get a fill, but if it's set up correctly and then you've right clicked and you've enabled, where the heck is enable, and you got the green here, right? You should see orders populate in the order tab here. And, whether or not you get the fill is that. So if you've got that all set up, the next best thing I can tell you is shoot me an email, info@trade-ideas.com. So email me there. And when you email me there, say, hi, I'm the person from the live support Q&A. And where the heck is it? And I was having trouble with the simulator and auto. And I sent you my support files. And to send me those support files, you do this right now. Go to help, send files to support. When you do that, it'll get this window. Do you want to send files to support? You'll press yes. And then you'll get a confirmation window that looks like that. You'll press OK and it'll shoot me that email there. And I'll have a look on the back end and the logs and see if they can give me any insight as to why that's happening. Some early things to look at. Make sure your computer's not going to sleep. Make sure you don't have any kind of connection interruptions. Those usual kind of things. as far as the technical side of stuff. But if you have none of that going on and that enabled, we'll take a look from there. So just send me an email saying that you sent that so I can track those files, because there's likely to be tons of files there, and it's not going to say, the files aren't going to indicate AG that was asking questions in YouTube. So the email will point me to exactly where I need to find your files from in that pile of files. I think we're caught up on the questions for the moment here. If I missed something, I don't think I did. I'm scrolling back. Just if I missed anything, please, please, please throw it in again before Barry comes back from his break. I want to make sure that I've gotten to everybody's questions and nobody was ignored or felt like I glanced over them without giving them their due on those questions. Very good, very good. So I think I've gotten to everybody. Again, if I missed something or if I covered something and it wasn't quite to your satisfaction, or you'd like me to elaborate a little more, go ahead and refresh me with that question. Maybe add something else to it, that what I didn't cover that you'd like me to add into what I've already gone over within that. Bring that back out of the way here. Go. Excellent, excellent. That lemonade, I've been seeing that thing coming across my scan down here for a little bit. I guess it hasn't won much on the races, but I keep seeing it on there. So it's having itself quite a day, but rejected off that 20 level. Looks like that 20 level is really trouble for it, right? Back here, just off of it, up and back through it, up, right back through it, and now rejected off of it again. And I was a betting man, which I'm not, but I would bet that this is not the first time we're seeing that with $20. Let's draw that line right there. And what do you know? Look at that. Look at that. Bang and bang and bang and bang and bang, and back here it was support, and then it became resistance all through here with a whoopsie and a whoopsie. Anywho, good times. Sorry, trying to delete that line. What else am I missing here? So we talked about iRobot earlier as a potential swing candidate into tomorrow's open. And it's one thing I'd encourage people to do at this point. Draw a line at the high of the day today, right? Now look back left, look back in time. Where are some possible scenarios? Does it just get rejected right off here, right above 13? I mean, you got a couple of days where it poked its head up above 14 before coming back all the way down here. It pokes its head above 14, or pokes its head above this line, can get 14, and we start to look at this 1550 level, give or take, right? So again, overall downtrend, short-term uptrend, market's looking strong for the most part. Might be something you could ride its wave into. Filter for rising. We just have distance from. That's it. So we got this here. Oh my goodness, Chris, could you type a little worse? So you got this here on the 20-day. Change from the 20-day bars on that there. So all you can do is distance, not how long it's been above it for, like that. Same with the 50. You got that 50 right there like that. No intraday time frames on the 50. So you might couple those filters with something like position and range. Maybe you want to, I don't know, 10 days, 20 days, or 3 months, and finding stocks that are, X amount above the low of that range, indicating that they're, higher than they were when they started that time period. And then they're above those moving averages. How far above it you want to see it. That's, up to you, of course. That would be my thought process in doing something like that. Trying to think of something, if there's another filter that I'd point you towards for that. Can't think of anything off the top of my head outside of that position and range. I think that's going to be your best bet. Yeah, that's definitely going to be your best bet. Yep. Yes, that's where I would go with Avery. Yeah, but we don't have an alert for distance from a moving range like that, unfortunately, Avery. So, you have to work within those filters that are there. We come into an alert window configure. Let me bring one over. The best thing that I could think of on an alert would be if you wanted to use like the new high. And if we add that alert, we do have this filter here. So if you put a 365 in here, that would equal a 52-week high. So, 365 days in the year. Obviously, this is a leap year. Let's, not get caught up in that stuff. But this counts weekends. So, you could do something like a 10 or a 30 new high, whatever you want to do, 23-day new high or something like that. Just you have to know that that'll include the weekends. You might consider something like that on the alert side if you're trying to get it, that uptrend look like that. That might be a workaround you might be interested in. That's probably the best alert workaround, or the only alert workaround, I would say, at this point. Because other than that, alerts are more short-term looking. The actual alert events, where filters have a lot more long-term looking to them. And I think I heard a sound. I did.
I thought I heard a bunny rabbit.
I thought I heard a putty cat.
A putty cat. That's right. A bunny rabbit.
I did.
Mixing up my cartoon characters. My goodness. Yeah, here I am, Chris. Here I am. So I shall take. Okay, wait a minute now. Notice a few of Amy alert price gets changes as the day goes on. Thoughts on? Do you understand what Yellow Jacket Lacrosse is saying?
I do not.
Okay, I've noticed a few of my alert price gets changed as the day goes on. I'll try to help, but I don't know. I don't know really what you mean, Yellow.
Do you mean alert prices inside the alert window?
When he sets an alert, when
price alert, then I'm guessing. Do you mean a price alert? I mean, I've never heard or seen anything like that. I've got one price alert that's set here.
So you're talking about setting a price alert on the chart?
I've never seen that. I've never seen it change on its own.
Yeah.
If you can get a recording of it physically happening, that'd be the best that I could say. If you can get an actual recording of you not changing it and it changing, I can open an official ticket with the development team. That's the best I can personally offer. Okay, Chris, thank you. And I guess we'll see you next week, right? Yes. Yeah, right? Yes? There's nothing next week, right? Okay. I mean, unless they kick me to the curb. Who's they? The market in general. Okay.
All right, Chris. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, everybody. Take care. Bye-bye now.
Okay, guys, I'm back, and this is going to be my music going. So you don't mean this. I mean, when you set a price alert, the current price will change. If that's what you're talking about. So I mean, obviously the current price will change, but the alert price should not change. Talking to Yellow Jacket Lacrosse, if that's what you are talking about. That is, I don't want to say it's an impossibility, but I've never seen that happen. Because the alert price is the alert price, right? I mean, that just should not ever, ever, ever happen. Because you see, this column here will always adjust. You see that number right there that says 0.25 current price? So that's telling me that it's 25 cents away. It's always taking the alert price and then the current price and subtracting. And it always well, I've never seen it change. I've never seen the alert price change. Yeah, so I don't. Can you give me another example? I mean, it's hard to know, Yellow. I mean, it's in your system, and I don't think I could ever duplicate that. Talking to a Yellow Jacket Lacrosse in our YouTube room, I don't think I could possibly duplicate that. So there's no fix. There's no fix to it because it just obviously should not happen. The only thing I can, I mean, maybe X out your price alert window and bring it back, but I've never ever seen that. And I've seen a lot of things, with trade ideas, things that kind of happen like a little bit weird sometimes, but not that. Let me, for fun, let me set a price alert here. 946. Okay, for XPOF. Set a price alert underneath. And so what you're saying is that you've set a price alert. I'm just using XPOF as an example. And then, okay, so I just got an alert on it. Okay. The alert price is 946. That's where I put it. 946 was the alert price. And that should never change. Okay. So now I'll come back to it. Okay. I'm going to write down a little note to myself. XPOF 946 alert price. Okay. And I'll come back to it and see if that 946 changed. But that's what you mean, right? Yeah. So can't answer that. Speaking of which, though, I'm interested in the XPOF. That's why I actually wanted to put this here. This was a tremendous one from earlier today. I did not take it. I was just sort of experimenting with that distance to the next high. And this, I mean, this probably showed up at, 850 or even earlier. So I'm kind of interested. It looks like it's trying to break out again. And of course, it still has a ton of room. Yeah. Are you okay? But there is the trigger. Yeah. Are you accidentally maybe dragging the alert price? Thank you, Spanky. That's a good Let me just see if that actually. Now, are you accidentally dragging the alert price on the chart? Maybe you're not aware of that. Like I just did that. Okay, I just dragged that green line that got triggered. I dragged it down, and now yes, the alert price has changed. Now that might be it. Thank you, Spanky. Good one. Good sleuthing. If that's the reason. Because I just did that because that was 946 before, and see that little green line. So if I do that, well, I just lost my behind, but let me get rid of my announcement. Yeah, because I just dragged the line and I put it back up to the 946. But if I do this, I just have to do it off camera or off screen. I move it down. See, now it says 941. Well, it's actually at 940. Okay, the price is 941. So you see how? So that might be what you've done accidentally. You've dragged the line down. I never would have thought of that. So thank you, Spanky, if that is the reason. Especially if it's only happening at, GME, you might have just done that because GME obviously was so active and maybe you had a bunch of price alerts and so the meme stock. So we've got no, 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 no. Ah, no, no, no. I've messed all this up. Just get rid of it. I'm just going to lose all my original. Okay, guys, I'm definitely keeping an eye on that XPOF. Was this the one where they canned the CEO or something? Or something happened last week, I think, with XPOF on Friday. I don't think it was an earnings play, or am I wrong? May 2nd. No, so that was not an earnings play. Something I think happened here after the board suspends, yeah, the CEO. That's right. Indefinitely as the CEO effective immediately. So that was a huge draw for XPOF that day. So this is showing up on that scan, guys. The distance to the next high. You can see exactly why it's showing up. This is I'm just looking at the market though. I was looking at this. I mean, this was when I just went on break, had a nice 45 minutes up, but now you got this big giant red candle, almost the same size as this one. At least it probably was bigger when it was down here. So the market is weakening again. So GME looks a little bit weak. It looks like it's definitely weakening here. No shorts available though for me at Interactive Brokers. Hasn't been available all day long. AMC has shorts. At least they had shorts. No, they've all been snapped up also by anybody at IB. Well, now here's another one, guys, showing up in that scan. So AZEK had earnings on the 9th, right here. This was the reaction. I know that it's on the 8th, but it was after hours. So there was the reaction. So Friday tried to have a pop, but now takes this out again. I think if it takes out, maybe it gets down below 45, stick an alert around 44.93. See if that takes it out, especially with the market. If the market keeps doing this, you would probably start to see some weakness in some of these stocks. I don't know if this VFS has turned into a meme stock or not. Yeah, Macrogenics has had a nice, yeah, kind of. Well, it's been choppy though. Look how choppy it's been. Topping tails, bottoming tails, all the way up on the 15. I mean, it's the trend has been up, but would have been a challenge to hold, in my opinion. Yeah, very nice call by, was it Denver or on the draw I'm sorry, on the NVAX today? Was it you, Denver? Somebody with a D. Or was that you, Draw? I can't remember. Somebody talked about NVAX. I know one of you guys that starts with D. Green trades? Okay. You know, there are a ton, or are there? Just give me a moment. Might be stuck. No, there are no shorts available for Tup. I thought there were shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers for Tupperware, but not now anyway. I think there might have been earlier, but not now. In terms of shorting. Yeah, AMC, yeah, just made another new high. Well, coming right into that high. Now, this could be some pretty big resistance for it. And I guess coincidentally, the Ape movie hit the screens on the weekend. I guess it was a pretty big hit. And so of course the apes are all over AMC. All right. So William says he will keep the room open till 4 o'clock when I take off at around 3. Thank you, William. Well, AMC certainly took over from GME. I mean, now look at AMC. Well, it's about the same, 52%, 63% now in terms of percentage up. Look at the volume. 257 million shares today. Look at that. You know, this cost is just hanging around that 4 level. It's over the 10 SMA. You know, you'd be giving up a little bit, but if it can get over 436 or so, could have a late day run. KOSS could have a late day run. Did get up to 5 something. Yeah, 550. So could. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Well, after a fast and furious morning, I'm not seeing too much right now that's of interest to me. So what I'll do is I'll go over my homepage and the scans you can have. All right, so clicking on my homepage, this is what you're going to see. So here's the promo code. Now it may disappear tonight, okay? 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Right now, though, you can get 25% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. And again, all I ask is if at some point in time in the future you decide you want to take out a subscription, use the promo code you find on my homepage. That'll really help to keep the room free. The room gets credit for the subscription. Again, that'll help to keep the room free. And the getting started, 10 short videos. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. Trading 101, if you're new to trading, all free. About 38 videos. I think they can really help you. And this is internal. This is not third party. You're not going to get inundated with third party emails, okay? Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here. I guess the trade of the week. Yay, the trade of the week. Did okay today. Let's see. WGS. I think the last two didn't, well, the last one triggered barely. I'm not sure what happened at the end of the week, but WGSO, the trigger was 2150. So before it pulled back, so that's not bad, 2362. And this is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. And the education section is here. And then here are the scans that I am currently sharing. Okay, here are the scans I'm currently sharing. Here are the relative strength leaders that you can see. The halts resumes is over here that you can see. But I have a lot of other scans that I'm sharing. Okay. Is there a link to all of the available scans? No. You're talking about like every scan that's ever been built? This is a question in our YouTube room. No. I mean, so if you're looking for a link that's going to list every scan that's in every channel bar, like every scan that's in all the channel bars, no. And certainly not mine. And certainly not all of our customers, if that's what you're talking about. But, you can go through these various channels, click on new, and then dock channel bar, and each one of these is a theme-based channel. Okay, each one of these is a theme-based channel, and you can take a look at them, but there's not like a central repository of every single scan that's in all of these channel bars, all of my scans, all of the other traders' scans. No. I think that's the idea of the channel bar, though, they're all theme-based. So you can kind of check them out on theme by theme. Really, Duolingo? Well, that was the conjecture by Goldman. When Goldman was sort of dumping all over Duolingo a few months ago, that was what their conjecture was. And then Duolingo proceeded to make a new all-time high. Must be something more, though, because, of course, Duolingo is not about real-time translations. So it must be something more to that chat. GPT 4.0 must be something more to it than just. I mean, translations is not the big deal about Duolingo. Well, I guess I should have taken the Twilio. I remember earlier on in the day, Twilio alerted me in that distance to the next high. I didn't take it though because the 200-day moving average was less than $2 away. So I did not take it, but it's been pretty decently up. Would have been at least $1 something. So if you're talking about the old vault, though, I cannot open it because it's a dock channel bar. I don't think you're talking about that, though, are you? I think the vault is still here. I cannot open it because it'll. Trader's Vault. So you can click. Okay, so you can take a look at this in the Trader's Vault. I know there are some quite a few scans in here. Okay, however, remember your layout will disappear unless you've docked everything. Okay, so it's okay your layout. Excuse me. It's okay if your layout disappears as long as you've saved the layout to the cloud. Does that all make sense, Jr.? If you understand, this is why it's not the best thing to do to take channels out of here, because again, if you have a layout up and running, your layout will disappear. I don't mean for good. I just mean you won't have it anymore on your screen, as opposed to taking a layout out of the docked channel bar. It won't let me open anything. What does that mean, JR? What won't let you open anything? I'm talking to JR in our YouTube room, so I don't know what you mean when you say it won't let me open anything. What is it? Where are you trying to open something from? Oh, so are you talking about? Oh, are you talking about my homepage? The link I had on top. I may have, if that's what you're talking about. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, I accidentally copied two links. Are you talking about the link, my homepage link, or some other link? Oh, the vault. Okay. See, I cannot check. I cannot click on the vault. It should give you a list of scans, though. I can't click on it though because my layout will disappear. I don't have everything docked. Okay. I don't know what you mean by. I mean, I haven't looked at this any of the channels here for years now, ever since we have the dock. But in the vault, that's where we used to have a lot of scans. So I'm sorry, I just can't open it. Anybody else who maybe has everything docked, or can you open up from the channel bar, new channel bar, and open up the vault? If you've got everything docked, so that when you open up something here, you will not lose your layout. Chris might, let me just see. Okay, so I've asked one of the other traders at Trade Ideas JRR if they could open the vault, but more than likely we're all in the same boat. But let's see if somebody answers. All right, guys. Well, there's the XPOF back up again. Okay, thank you, Pepe. So when you open it, do you know what he means by it just seems to be a list? Are there this links, a list of links? All right, so this is what you should see, right? This is what, so I'm sure Pepe is seeing the same thing. Just give me a moment. Chris, thank you, Chris, if you're listening. Come on. So this is what you should see, right? You should see something like this. These are not lists. These are the scans in it. This is what happens when Chris said he just opened it. Chris at Trade Ideas, who was in our YouTube room before. This is what he sees. So certainly not a list. These are all the different scans. So I'm not sure what you mean by you just get a list. I don't know what you mean. Well, that's what I was saying. But you've got to be careful, okay? If you have a layout up and running on if you have a layout already, okay, make sure you save it to the cloud, okay? Save your layout. Because if you click on this new docked channel bar, okay, click on new and then click on new and then channel bar, not the dock channel bar. And then if you scroll down, I think it'll say show more. And then here is the vault. Just keep scrolling down. Okay, the trader's vault. But make sure you save your layout because your layout will go. Okay, but then if you click on the trader's vault, you should see that screen that I just showed you. Just like that, okay? Well, I am support, Weasel. I am support, okay? I'm support, both support and, trading. I just said also, I'm not seeing anything I like right now, so. Again, I'm intrigued by the XPOF. The XPOF has been a little bit up and down, but I mean, if it takes out this level up here, I may have to take it. I missed it earlier in the day, but so our market right now is a little bit choppy. I mean, we've, 45 minutes up, 45 minutes down, further down, little green bar here, red bar here. So in a bit of a chop fest. Yeah, I don't think they're going to add it to that vault channel. David, I wish that vault channel would just go away because it's. Yeah, I just wish it would go away because it can cause problems, and there. There is no vault in the dock channel bar. I think there was a reason for it, but I can't remember why. A lot of the things that did not make it to the dock channel bar were based on the use, and believe it or not, the vault wasn't used that much. I'm really interested in the XPOF. I have to admit, I like the way it's holding. XPOF. I like the way it's holding right in this area. If it gets a little volume coming in and pops through this, I mean, it might have another go later on. All right, guys, XPOF now 951. Very interesting. If you have shorts for Reddit, this might be an interesting time because it's breaking down. It's underneath that 10 SMA. It's starting to really break down now. Yeah, I saw this one also on the, now this is an earnings play, SRG. Obviously has a massive, pretty big gap to fill. Now, when I say that, I don't mean I'm not saying it's going to fill the gap, but the potential. But this is an earnings play the day of. So probably shy away from these type of ones that if I see it. And the distance to the next high scan. Okay, guys, give me what time is it now? 1:44. Give me about 10 minutes. I think I have to take off for about 10 minutes. So I'll be on mute. Time is it now? 1:45. Say 1:55. Okay, guys, I'm back. Okay, I'm just kind of looking at some of the, again, here's the Ollie. Didn't take it, 75, 75, 75, 55 now, moving down a bit. Yeah, it doesn't look like that XPOF is going to do it, so I'm going to forget about it, at least for now. Now, I made a change here. I put the relative volume, it has to be a minimum of 1. Okay, I was finding some things that just weren't trading very much, so a minimum of 1, and I may up it later. Hmm. Huh. Okay, this is one of those ones. Yeah, if I trade this, if I try to short this, or even go long this in Canada, it gives me this message about might be subject to U.S. tax and all that stuff. I guess this is because this is some kind of a limited partnership. Seeing a few of those. So fine, I won't short you. Yeah, you never know about GME at the end here, guys. What time is it now? Almost 2 o'clock. So you never know. I mean, if it, I don't know if it gets up to this area here. This area here, meaning, maybe 31 or in this area, it could, and get some volume coming back in. It could have a late day run. Ooh, this is starting to get a little frisky here, guys. Volume is good still for GME. Volume is good. Um, VWAP 2906, so it's definitely above the VWAP. Where is, and the, boy, that 10 SMA, it looks like it's right on it. that orange line. It's hard to see. I think it's curled right at it now. All right, guys. Well, here goes. Here's GME on the move here. A lot of volume coming in. There's what time is it right now? 1:57. So another 3 minutes or so for that volume bar. So it is increasing. Here's the cost even, guys. KOSS. So this is rearing its head also. Yeah, this is like a late day run now for all three of them now, guys. Late day run for all. Well, yeah, late day, 2 o'clock for all three of them. Costs, GME, and AMC. Well, let the games begin here. I mean, this 35.59 are a couple of the highs looking left now. Okay, on the 15-minute chart, 33.59-ish. So AMC now again is coming into, so it took out that area. So now the next area, the next high on the daily chart is $4.80. That is for AMC, $4.80. That red line you see here, even though it's on a weekly chart, that actually represents the next high on the daily chart. Now, the interesting thing for me will be, what are they going to do tomorrow? Not so much costs, but GME and AMC. That will be the interesting thing for me tomorrow. I think 40 is a big level for GME because that represents basically $160. before they did the 1-for-4 forward split, and that's when they did it at around 160. It might have been like 157. So, but to make the math simple, around 160 when they did the 1-for-4 reverse or forward split. Bring it down to $40, and it, since then, I mean, it has not obviously been close to $40 for a long, long, long time until today. I mean, are we calling VFS a meme stock? I mean, it certainly looks like it. There's no reason for this move other than the fact that it's the memers have got a hold of this. It's not a low float, 383 million in the float. So to be up 33% with that float, it's got to be the memers. And who can forget when it got up to $92? So our float information is wrong. VFS is wrong. That's a big magnitude. Yeah, AMC making a new high, GME pulling back a little bit, not a lot, not a lot at all, but AMC making another new high. And again, where is it with respect to that? So there is the next high on the daily chart. Again, 478. 478. And SLI. This is an earnings play. I didn't really pay any attention to it. 10-cent TME. I think this is an earnings play. Of course, I think people know all about this one. Out of China. Didn't really talk about it much. Too much else going on. All right, guys. So any questions? Good time. I'm in a couple of things on my own. Hey. This OKLO, I don't know why it shouldn't intrigue me, but it does. OKLO. SPAC, yeah, last week on Friday turned into OKLO. Ugly, ugly looking right now. But I've got have a price alert at the high of Friday and see at some point it takes it out down the road. Oh, Shady is just being, I don't know what he's being. I call it a meme stock, okay? The meme of on last night in Twitter that what's his name, the roaring kitty put out of a guy sort of waking from a slumber and then taking a closer look at his computer. They all called it a meme, okay? So fire me for calling it a meme stock then. Oh man, XPOF might even do it. Might even come back. Well, I'm wondering if the memers just got a hold of it because there's no other reason for that stock to have. And I recall when it first went crazy, you know, I just think maybe the memers got a hold of it somewhere. I mean, because there's no reason for this. That's all. So, excuse me for categorizing it as a meme, potential meme stock. Just as a general catch-all term. Boy, this XPOF is getting me interested again. XPOF. I thought it would have been over, but maybe not. Maybe not. If it really takes out this 50 cent level on some volume and starts to move. Manu, is that still in the news? Manu? For what reason? A lot of volume came in. You're right. A lot of volume came in. Can't be because of this, right? Some guys. No, can't be because of that. That news is just hitting Interactive Brokers. No, JMac, he knows what a meme stock is. He's just wondering why I was questioning whether or not VFS was a meme stock. That's all. That's all. He knows. He's not he I mean, a lot of times I'll just say, I wonder if the memers have got a hold of it. That's all, because there's no other reason. And it's been dormant until coincidentally today, when all the other where the meme stocks have gone crazy. That's all. Meanwhile, AMC now is approaching that high. Yeah. But I think it'll be really, really interesting to see what happens tomorrow. I'm a memer, Shady. I'm a member of the meme club. Okay. Satisfy you? All the apes are memers. Or follow the memers. How's that? They all follow the memers. Anyway, enough. Yeah, I mean, GME was moving, as River Dad said, or River Place Dad in our YouTube room said. I mean, it was moving from here. I mean, it started right there, and it kind of. I was watching this. I mean, there's that 200-day moving average, and it was holding, holding, holding. Okay, guys, I think I'll put myself on mute right now. I'll hop back on the mic. I probably only have another 20 minutes or so. I will hop back on the mic if there's a question. Okay, Shady, you win. Okay, you win. If you're happy that you've won, I just mentioned VFS because it just seems rather coincidental that it's been doing nothing for so long, and then all of a sudden, very coincidentally, along with AMC and GME and costs and the rest of those, it just happened to move. But you know what? You win. Mike, yeah. So have you ever created a custom formula, Mike? No, not yet. So that's the first thing you should do, though, okay? You should go to the home. I'll give you my homepage link. Give you my homepage link, and I'll sort of display what it looks like. But you're really, I mean, you're going to forget more than likely. Okay, so that's why I'm giving you my homepage link, and then the link to the into the guide. So if you click on my homepage link, and then scroll down until you see the education section. Okay, click here. Whoops, do it in front of you. Click here on the education section, and then go to the user guide, and then where it says custom formulas, okay? This is how you create a custom formula. Now, I'll give you the actual formula itself, but this is how you create a custom formula, okay? And the formula that you will use, because it'll look something like this. When you go to the guide, I probably could even give you a link. Let's see. Yeah. So here is the link. Okay, your account management list. You would start there, and you again. This is all in the guide. You go down. Don't worry about all this stuff. Okay, this is just stuff I don't even use anymore. But create new, and when you click on create new, you will get a box that says source. It'll be blank, of course, and that's where you put in this formula, okay, that I'm going to give to you and anybody else listening. Okay. Let's see, where is the formula? Just got to find it. Distance to the next high or low. So this is actually the formula. See how it goes into. Now the problem is I can't give this to you. I'd love to just copy it, but all the custom formulas are unique to everybody's user account. Okay. So this is the formula. Yes. Yes. Okay. So that's the formula to use. And if you actually click on, again, I'll give you this again. You click on this. You click on this. Okay. And then you'll go to the create new. If you've never done one before, you'll see create new really, you'll see it very obvious. Like I have to scroll down because I've done a bunch of them, but you'll see create new. And when you do that, then you'll get that source code box popping up like this. It'll be blank, of course. That's where you put the custom formula. You can give it a name. I call it distance to the next high or low. You don't have to worry about units. And then when you save it, it turns into a filter, just like any other filter you've got with a min and a max box. Okay. Okay. And that should get you going. And then after that, once the formula is done, okay, then you can, I mean, you might want to jot this down because if I give you this, it's going to confuse. I think it's just going to be too confusing because this has the formula in there, and then you'll have all these alerts coming at you, and you may wonder why. So this is all I've done. You create an alert window. And this is all I've done. You don't have to do the same thing, of course, but I'm using the price between 1 and 100. I have added, the current volume is at least 1. Okay. I was starting to get some that were just not really trade. I mean, the volume was okay, but I just didn't think they were dynamic enough. So I want to make sure that it's at least 1. The only thing I added was the price has to be up at least, if you look here, the price has to be up at least 2% or down 2% from yesterday's close. So you can put in the min, you can put 2. In the max, you can put -2. Again, you might want to use 3%. You might want to use, maybe you don't want to use anything at all. Completely up to you. Okay. And my minimum volume is 300,000. You might say, well, that's not enough, or that's too much. Here's where for me, I've put the minimum distance has to be at least $2. So when I see the alert, I will see at least $2 as the next high looking left or to the next low looking left. Okay. But this is relatively simple to create, and you just have to add that custom formula into it. I'm very interested in looking at it tomorrow for sure. I missed a lot of them early because, I'm just experimenting with it again. Are there any option scanners? We don't scan for options, ClearPath Wealth Builders. we have some option filters, but we don't actually scan for options. Question in our YouTube room. So this is what we do have. And, people who trade options, some have told me, it helps, but I'll let you be the judge of it. So if I right click on this alert window and I click on configure and I click on search and then options. So we have some obvious ones. We have the put call ratio. We have the option volume today. We have the put and call volume today. So the two in tandem that kind of, what that interests me, because what I'm looking for, I want to find stocks that are trading abnormally option wise, not because I'm going to trade the options, but that probably means that the stock is trading abnormally. It's just adding another factor into why a stock is trading abnormally, and that would be its option volume. So for instance, this option volume right here, up here, contracts. So if I put 5,000 contracts as a minimum, okay, and then I use this option volume today percent. So I added that filter, and I put 300% ratio of 3. So that stock that normally trades 5,000 contracts over the last 10 days, that's been the average over the last 10 days. For me to see it today, it would have to be trading 15,000 contracts 3 times. So some have said, well, you know what? I mean, at least it helps me zero in on the stocks that are trading abnormally option wise. So if I'm an intraday option trader, that could help. Not having any experience trading options, I'm not going to say absolutely that's going to help, but see, for me, if I want to, if I want to look at stocks that are trading abnormally volume wise, when you look at GME as an example. So you can see that GME is trading, where are you here? 25 times normal volume wise. Okay. Its volume is 25 times normal and its option volume is 5.8 times normal. Like 561,000 contracts a day. That's 584% of normal, or 5.8 times normal. So, the volume itself is very abnormal, and also the option volume is very abnormal. For me, when I take those two factors and put them together, those are stocks I want to follow. But I'm not trading the option. So hopefully that kind of makes sense. Now, some stocks, even this one, I mean, look at this one, CCLD. Because people say, well, it didn't trade very much option wise. You're right. It's only 2,600 contracts, but it's 221 times normal. Okay. Even in its option. And it's 1,895 times normal in its volume. So these are, obviously these are stocks that are really trading abnormally. AMC, what's it doing? Is relative volume 22. So that again, 22 times normal volume. Option volume 8.6 times normal. 1.2 million contracts so far, which represents 8.6 times normal. Now, some don't trade options very much. Here's Funko. I mean, it's 4.2 times normal. It hardly trades options. 178 contracts, only 79%. Doesn't mean it's not worth watching, but it doesn't have that sort of added pizzazz of something that is having extraordinary option volume too. Oops, I think I accidentally. No, I didn't. Okay. Okay, so here is the formula. So, Mon, you asked for the formula. Here is the formula, okay? And then the filters that I'm using. Again, I'm not trying to say you have to use the same ones, but I'll just display this. Okay, come on. Okay, so there's the price range, 1 in 100. I've added the current volume is at least 1. So I mean, it's trading at least normal in terms of option, in terms of volume. The volume is at least 300% of normal. Then when you use this change from the close, you can put 2 in the min and -2 in the max, and that'll cover stocks moving down and moving up. Okay, volume is 300,000. Again, these are just my numbers, right? And then again, this is my number. If you're somebody who wants to only look at stocks between $1 and $10, I wouldn't use 2 as your, $2 away. I might use 50 cents as an example. Look at AMC, guys, exploding. Wow. It's so interesting to me anyway, because, at the beginning of the day, GME was going crazy. And I'm not saying it's not going to keep going crazy, but look what GME was doing. It was doing this, whereas AMC was actually dropping. And I thought, well, okay, AMC is just not going to be a meme stock today. And but AMC is absolutely taken over. I mean, they're sort of neck and neck right now. Yeah, so that was actually in the Pepe scan too. The combo scan 391 1105. But I have to admit, guys, I'm going to pay a lot of attention to this one tomorrow. Okay, I'm going to pay a lot of attention to this distance of the next high and low, and because there were a lot of really, really, really good ones at the beginning of the day. Victoria's Secret, I think, hit around here, around 2043. The XPOF was awesome. It hit right around here, I think, around 8. I mean, before it pulled back at all, I got up to 950. And I'm not really cherry picking. What I'm doing, I'm just trying to remember the ones that were earlier. There seem to be, are they all going to be incredibly good? Of course not. But from what I saw today, and it's not like the market, especially on the upside, it's not like the market helped. It's not like the market was ripping higher, so that you would think, okay, well, these things are just following along. Not really. CVS was another one early for me. CVS was another one. Probably got the alert around 57.17. I mean, it wasn't incredible, but it did get up to 57.56.